My child, hear me now, because I will not soften what must be said. Something is coming tonight, and it will shake a part of your life you thought was settled. This is not a passing word. This is urgent, and it is meant for you alone. I have called to you again and again. You felt it in the quiet moments that pull inside your chest, and you pushed it away. You told yourself it was nothing. You filled the silence with noise so you would not have to answer me. But I do not stop speaking simply because you stopped listening. Understand why my voice carries this weight tonight. It is not anger. I am not speaking against you. I am speaking for you. Time is tightening around a matter in your life, and I refuse to let you walk into it blind. What unfolds in the coming hours will either become a blessing or a burden, and the difference lies in how you receive what I am telling you now. You have felt a strange heaviness lately. You could not name it, but it followed you through your days and pressed on you at night. Hear me. That heaviness is not fear. It is awareness. It is my hand preparing your heart for what you could not yet see. I see what forms behind the walls of your life, and I am calling you before it arrives. There are movements around you that you have not noticed, decisions being made where you cannot hear them, intentions taking shape in hearts you cannot fully see into. I know every one of them. Nothing that happens tonight will happen outside my sight, and nothing will catch me by surprise, even if it catches you. So slow down. Set aside what occupied you and listen with your whole heart. This is not a small warning tucked into an ordinary hour. What is coming carries weight, and it will bring hidden things into the light. Some of what is revealed will bring you relief. Some of it will sit uncomfortably in your spirit. All of it is necessary. I am not trying to frighten you. I am trying to wake you. There is a difference between fear and awakening, and you must learn it tonight. Fear scatters you. Awakening gathers you. Fear makes you run from the truth. Awakening lets you stand inside it without breaking. You have been asking for change. Perhaps you never said it aloud, but I heard it all the same. It lived in the way you sighed when no one was near. It lived in the restlessness you could not explain, the sense that your life had drifted from its course. You wanted something to move. You wanted something to finally break open in your favor. Tonight is connected to that desire, but it will not arrive the way you imagined. You pictured change coming gently, like a door swinging open. Sometimes it comes like a stone dropped into still water. Sometimes the path to your breakthrough begins with something that shakes your comfort and forces your eyes open. Do not despise the shaking. It is the beginning of the answer. I have watched you carry burdens in silence. You smiled where it was expected. You said you were fine when you were not. You held yourself together in front of others and came apart quietly when the day was done. I saw all of it. Not one hidden hour escaped me. I know the thoughts that circle you late at night, the questions about direction, the wondering whether your effort matters, the fatigue that sits deeper than sleep can reach. I am not distant from any of this. I have been closer to you in those hours than you dared to believe. That is why I am speaking with such force now. I refuse to let you meet what is coming without understanding what it means. A shepherd does not whisper when the flock drifts toward a cliff in the dark. He raises his voice. My voice is raised tonight because you are precious to me, not because you have failed me. There is a situation near you that has not been fully revealed. It may involve a person. It may involve a decision. It may involve a truth that has been kept from you, deliberately or not. Tonight, something about it comes into the light, and once you see it, you will not be able to unsee it. You may feel surprised. You may feel shocked. Let the feeling pass through you without ruling you. Remember what I am telling you in this hour. Nothing revealed tonight is outside my knowledge. I permitted it to surface now, because now is when you are strong enough to face it. Do not react out of fear when things begin to unfold. Stay calm. Stay rooted. Fear will urge you to act quickly, to speak sharply, to decide in haste. Wisdom will tell you to be still and let the truth finish arriving. Choose stillness. I am with you in it. What feels shocking is not sent to harm you. It is sent to redirect you. It is a turning of the road, not a collapse of the road. If this truth had stayed buried longer, it would have cost you far more than the discomfort of seeing it now. I am sparing you a deeper wound by allowing a smaller one. You have ignored your inner knowing before. You felt the quiet resistance in your spirit and talked yourself out of it. You let others explain away what you sensed. That is why I speak louder now. Tonight, when that knowing rises in you, trust it. I placed it in you for this very hour. Hold this close as the evening deepens. There is a blessing folded inside this moment, even if it does not look like one at first. What shocks you can also free you. What disrupts you can open a door you could never have found on your own. You are being positioned, not punished. Declare your amen out loud if you believe my word is reaching you tonight. Now let me tell you how it will begin. The first sign will seem small, almost easy to miss if you are not paying attention. A conversation that feels slightly off, a word that arrives unexpectedly, a feeling that rises stronger than it should. These are not accidents. They are signals, and I am guiding your attention toward them. Pay attention tonight. Not with anxious watching, but with a settled alertness. Notice what is said around you. Notice what is not said. Notice your own reactions, because even they will teach you something. Everything that happens in these hours carries meaning, and each piece is pointing you toward a new direction. There is someone connected to your life whose intentions have not been clear. You may have trusted them fully, or you may have felt a quiet unease and chosen to set it aside because looking closer felt too costly. Tonight, something about that connection comes into focus, and when it does, you will see them as they are, not as you hoped they were. Do not be afraid of this. Clarity about a person is not cruelty, it is protection. I am not showing you this to break your heart. I am showing you so that your trust can finally rest where it is deserved and be withdrawn from where it is not. I know that part of you resists this. You have grown comfortable with certain people and certain arrangements, even the ones that quietly drained you. Comfort can be a kind master and a worse jailer. It keeps you in rooms you were meant to leave. What feels shocking tonight is the sound of a lock opening, not a door slamming. I am removing what does not belong in your future. Hear that plainly. Not everything near you is meant to travel with you. Some things were given for a season to teach you, to sharpen you, to reveal you to yourself. When their purpose is finished, I let them fall away. Do not stitch back together what I am unfastening. And there is something else stirring, not around you, but within you. You have held back your voice for a long time. You swallowed your truth to keep the peace. You made yourself smaller so others would stay comfortable. Tonight will stir the part of you that refuses to stay silent any longer. That inner shift matters as much as anything happening outside you. A hidden truth revealed in the world means little if the truth inside you stays buried. Both are rising tonight. Let them rise together. When things begin to unfold, expect your emotions to arrive all at once. Confusion and relief. Fear and a strange, unexplainable peace. This mixture is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is what truth feels like when it first lands. Truth shakes the ground before it steadies it. Do not run from these feelings. Do not pour them into distraction or bury them under busyness. Let them move through you like weather. They are guiding you toward a deeper understanding of your path, and they will settle sooner than you think. Remember this as the night continues. You are not being punished. You are not being abandoned. I know how quickly your mind reaches for those explanations when life shakes. Put them down. What is happening is a process, and the process is drawing you closer to where you are meant to stand. Even the parts that feel uncomfortable are working for your good. I do not waste discomfort. I do not spend your pain cheaply. If I allow a night like this, it is because what it produces in you outweighs what it costs you. There is a pattern in your life that breaks tonight. You have lived inside it so long that you stopped seeing it. It wears different faces, this pattern. Sometimes it looks like the same kind of person arriving with a different name. Sometimes it is the same disappointment wearing new clothes. The shape repeats, and each time it repeats, it holds you a little longer. Tonight you will see the pattern clearly for the first time, and once you see it, you cannot unsee it. That is how change truly begins. Not with effort first, but with sight. A man cannot leave a maze he does not know he is standing in. You have asked me for answers in your lost moments. You wondered why certain doors kept closing no matter how hard you pushed. Why certain feelings would not leave no matter how you reasoned with them. Why the same ending kept finding you. Tonight is connected to those questions. What is revealed will begin to answer them. The understanding will not come all at once. I rarely hand you the whole answer in a single hour, because you were not built to carry it that way. It will form gradually, the way light fills a room at dawn. But it will form, and you will know it is from me. I am asking you to trust me through the parts that do not yet make sense. Trust is not the same as having answers. Trust is believing that I see what you cannot, and that I love you enough to act on what I see. Hold that trust tonight, and you will find steadiness in hours that would once have undone you. There is also an opportunity hidden inside this moment. It will not look obvious at first, but whenever something false is removed, space opens for something true to enter. Whenever a hidden thing is revealed, ground is cleared for building. The new thing meant for you is already moving toward you. The old had to be cleared first. You have been stronger than you realize. You have faced things that could have broken you, and here you stand, still listening for my voice. That same strength will carry you through whatever unfolds tonight. You will not fall apart. I will not allow it. As the hours pass, guard your thoughts. Fear will try to distort what you see, stretching shadows into monsters. Refuse it. Stand on what is real. I am with you. I am ahead of you, and nothing tonight escapes my hand. If this word is reaching your spirit, say, I believe, and let heaven hear it. Something else is happening beneath the surface of this night. A release has begun in your life. Something you have gripped for too long is losing its hold on you. It may be a thought you kept rehearsing, a belief about yourself that was never true, a connection that stopped feeding you long ago. Tonight, that release becomes visible. Do not resist what needs to leave, even when it feels familiar. Familiarity is not the same as belonging. Your hands were made to hold what I am giving, not to clutch what I am taking. When you release what is no longer meant for you, you make room for what is. Empty hands are not a loss. They are readiness. There is a truth about your own life that you have sensed but never fully accepted. You have circled it for months, maybe years, glancing at it and looking away. Tonight brings it close enough that looking away stops working. This is not to overwhelm you. It is to end the exhaustion of pretending. Once you accept what is real, a clarity you have been missing will settle over you like morning air. You are also approaching a moment of choice. It will not look dramatic when it arrives. It may come dressed as a small decision, a single word spoken or withheld, a step taken or refused. But it carries weight far beyond its size. Your response in that moment will shape what follows for a long time. Choose from calm, not from fear. Let your inner knowing lead, because I am in it. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what follows the altar. Abraham climbed a mountain with everything he loved and came down with more than he carried up. The widow of Zarephath gave her last handful of flour to a hungry prophet, and her jar did not run dry through the whole famine. This is how my kingdom has always worked. The open hand is filled. The clenched fist stays empty, holding only what it already had. You have been conditioned to doubt yourself, especially when the ground feels uncertain. Voices from your past taught you to hesitate, to ask permission, to wait for someone wiser to confirm what you already knew. Tonight, I'm calling you past that doubt. The clarity you need will not come from outside voices. It rises from the place in you where my guidance lives, quietly waiting for you to listen. There may come an hour tonight when you feel tested. Everything in you will want to fall back into the old way, the old reaction, the old silence. That hour matters more than you know. It is not there to defeat you. It is there to show you how much you have changed. When you choose differently, even once, a cycle that has followed you for years loses its grip. I saw the effort it took to hold yourself together in seasons no one else understood. I saw the battles you fought without witnesses, the mornings you rose when rising felt impossible. None of that was invisible to me, and none of it was wasted. It built something in you plank by plank that tonight will begin to prove. Your perspective is already shifting. Can you feel it? Things that confused you are starting to arrange themselves into sense. This is not because the facts changed. It is because you are seeing from higher ground now. From the valley, a road looks like chaos. From the hilltop, you can see where every bend was leading. There is a renewal forming around you even while something else is ending. This is my way. I do not tear down without building. The same night that closes one door is already laying the threshold of another. Endings and beginnings are not enemies. They are two hands doing one work. You are not meant to stay where you have been. I say it again so it settles into your bones. You are not meant to stay there. There is more ahead, more growth, more peace, more purpose than the narrow room you have been living in. Tonight is a step toward it, even if the step feels unsteady. Stay inside the present moment as things unfold. Do not sprint ahead into imagined tomorrows, and do not circle back into old regrets. What is in front of you is enough. Respond to it with awareness, one thing at a time, and you will stay aligned with the path I am walking you down. And remember this above everything else that happens tonight. You are not alone. Not in the revelation, not in the choice, not in the release. I am with you in every moment of it, nearer than your own breathing. My presence does not flicker when circumstances shake. Tonight is not something to fear. It is something to understand. What feels shocking is only a hidden thing stepping into the light, and hidden things lose their power the moment light touches them. They can no longer confuse you, steer you, or quietly rule you. That is what clarity does. It does not just inform you, it frees you. You are being prepared for something larger than this night. Every experience you have walked through is part of that preparation, including the ones that made no sense at the time. Tonight belongs to that work. It is bringing you closer to the place I have been leading you toward all along, one revelation at a time. Let me speak now about what is rising in you, because the night's work is not only about what falls away. There is a strength in you that has been waiting below the surface, quiet and patient, like a root under winter ground. You did not notice it, because your eyes were fixed on your struggles. But the struggles themselves were feeding it. Tonight, it breaks the surface. You will feel it first in how you respond. Something that would once have flattened you will land differently. You will hear hard words without crumbling. You will meet uncertainty without unraveling. Do not rush past this. Stop and recognize it, because it is evidence. You are not who you were. Your emotions will surface tonight as well, and I want you ready for them. Feelings you pressed down for months are coming up for air. Grief you never gave room to. Anger you judged yourself for carrying. Longing you were ashamed to admit. They rise not to drown you, but to leave you. What is felt fully can finally be released. You believed you had to carry everything alone. You wore that belief like a coat you never took off. Someone taught it to you long ago, that asking for help was weakness, that your weight was yours only. It was never true. I have been beside you under every load, waiting for you to hand me my share. Tonight, hand it over, not with a grand gesture, just a quiet inward letting go, the kind no one else sees. Say within yourself, this is too heavy, and it was never mine to carry alone. That small surrender will do more for you than a year of striving. There is also a matter of your worth that must be settled tonight. You have priced yourself too low for too long. You accepted treatment you should have refused. You gave your best to people who offered their least. You called it patience, or loyalty, or love. Some of it was, but some of it was simply forgetting whose child you are. I formed you with intention. I do not make filler. I do not create placeholders. When you shrink yourself to fit spaces that were always too small, you are not being humble. You are contradicting your maker. Tonight, that contradiction ends. Watch how this settles into your voice. You will notice yourself speaking with fewer apologies wrapped around your words. Saying what is true without dressing it in softness, it does not need. This is not harshness. It is honesty finally standing upright. The people who love the smaller version of you may flinch. The ones who love you truly will rejoice. Fear deserves a word of its own tonight, because fear has governed more of your life than you like to admit. It sat in the council of your decisions. It edited your words before you spoke them. It talked you out of doors I had opened and talked you into staying in rooms I had finished with. Fear has been a false shepherd, and you followed its voice because it sounded like wisdom. Hear the difference now. My wisdom says wait, but it never says hide. My wisdom says be careful, but it never says be small. When a voice tells you that safety lies in shrinking, in silence, in staying where you are, slowly fading, that voice is not mine. Test every voice against this, and fear will lose its disguise. Tonight, fear loses more than its disguise. It loses its throne, not because it will stop speaking. It may whisper for years yet, but because you will stop obeying. There is a difference between hearing fear and following it. From this night, You hear it the way you hear rain on a roof. Present, but not in charge. Uncertainty may still visit you in the hours ahead. That is natural. You are entering ground you have not walked before, and new ground always feels unsteady at first. But uncertainty does not mean you are lost. A sailor in open water is not lost simply because he cannot see the shore. He has his star. You have me. I want you to notice too what happens in your body as this night does its work. The tightness you have carried in your chest, the bracing you did without realizing, the way you slept with your fists closed. Some of that begins to loosen tonight. Peace is not only an idea, it settles into muscle and bone. Let it. There is a peace coming that will puzzle you, because it will arrive in the middle of everything rather than after it. You expected peace to come when problems ended. Instead, it will come while they still stand. Quiet and unreasonable and real. That is how you will know it is from me. The world's peace waits for calm weather. Mine walks on the water. You have been asking for clarity without using the word. Every time you said, "I just need to know." Every time you turned a question over at midnight, you were asking. Tonight is my answer beginning. Not the whole answer. The first light of it. Receive it without demanding the rest at once. And there is something in you that is ready to move, even while another part of you reaches for the brakes. Learn to tell those two voices apart. The readiness is your strength speaking, the deep knowing I planted in you. The hesitation is old habit. When you feel that forward pull tonight, do not argue with it. It is not recklessness. It is the door standing open. You were not built for the shore you have been clinging to. There is deeper water with your name on it. More growth than you have yet touched. More peace than you have yet tasted. More purpose than you have dared to want out loud. Every realization this night gives you is a plank in the bridge toward it. So stay present. Do not manage what I am doing. Do not grip the outcome. Let each hour reveal what it carries, and answer only what is actually in front of you. That is how you walk with me through a night like this, one honest step at a time. Now I want to speak with you about time, because your quarrel with me has mostly been a quarrel about timing. You believed in my power. What you doubted was my calendar. You watched others receive what you had prayed longer for, and you wondered if your requests had been set aside in some forgotten corner of heaven. Nothing of yours was set aside. Hear this clearly. But my timing does not answer to your urgency, and there is mercy in that, though it has not felt like mercy. Fruit forced ripe is bitter. Bread pulled early from the fire is raw at the center. Some of what you asked for, had it come when you demanded it, would have arrived before you could hold it without being harmed by it. Consider the field a farmer lets lie fallow. To an impatient eye it looks abandoned, a waste of good ground. But beneath the surface the soil is mending, gathering back what years of harvest drew out of it. Your quiet seasons were not abandonment. The ground of your life was being made able to sustain what is coming, so that the next harvest does not exhaust you. Consider the river. It does not travel in straight lines, and from the bank its bends look like wandering. But the river is not lost. It is finding the one course the land will allow, moving around stone it cannot break, cutting slowly through what it can. Your path has bent the same way. What you called detours were the water finding its course. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. Between the dream and the throne stretched years that looked like a mistake. Yet the road that seemed to lead away from the promise was the only road that led into it. Pharaoh's palace could not be reached from his father's favorite sun tent. It could only be reached through Egypt. You have had your Egypt. It was a road, not a verdict. So when tonight's shaking tempts you to say, "I am too late," remember Lazarus. His sisters kept the count of days, and by their count, hope had expired. I stood at that tomb on the 4th day, not the 1st, because I wanted them to know there's no such thing as too late where I am standing. The stone rolls away when I say it rolls away. What men call finished, I call waiting. What they seal and walk away from, I visit at the appointed hour. Keep that close whenever your circumstances try to hand you a verdict I never signed. Trust the process even where you cannot trace it. A weaver's work seen from underneath looks like knots and crossed threads without reason. The pattern only shows from above. You have been looking at your life from underneath. I see it from above. And I tell you, the threads are not tangled. They are placed. In the days after tonight, you will begin to notice small openings, an unexpected kindness, a door left ajar that was always locked before, a thought that arrives with unusual weight and will not leave. Do not dismiss these as coincidence. They are stepping stones, set down one at a time, and each one bears your next portion of the path. Step on them as they come. Do not stand still demanding to see the whole crossing before you lift your foot. I light the step you are on and the one after it. That has always been my way. Enough light for obedience. Not so much that you no longer need me. You will also find that waiting itself changes for you now. There is a kind of waiting that gnaws, and a kind that rests. The first watches the road with clenched teeth. The second sets the table because it knows the guest is coming. From tonight, I am moving you from the first kind into the second. Same road, different heart. Others may not understand your calm. They will look at your circumstances, then at your face, and find the two do not match. Let them wonder. You are not required to explain a peace you did not manufacture. Some things are understood only by those who have stood in their own long night and heard my voice inside it. And do not envy another person's season. The tree that blossoms first is not the greatest tree in the orchard. Each one answers to its own appointed month. When you measure your progress against someone else's spring, you slander your own winter, and your winter has been doing faithful work. There is a harvest ahead of you, and I want you to be ready for how it arrives. Harvests rarely announce themselves. They begin with one ripe thing where yesterday there was none, then another. Then suddenly the field is heavy, and the question is no longer whether there is fruit, but whether your arms can carry it. Prepare your arms. Stretch your expectation wider than your circumstances. But understand what readiness means. It does not mean perfection. It means position. Be found where I told you to stand, doing what I gave you to do, with your heart soft toward me. The rain falls on the positioned field. It cannot fill barns that were built in some other country of wishing. Tonight is part of the positioning. That is why the shaking was allowed. Some things had to fall from your hands so they would be empty at the right moment. Some sight had to be restored so you would recognize the opening when it appeared. Everything converges. Nothing about this night stands apart from the whole. So keep walking, even in the dark stretch. The dark stretch is still road. It does not stop being road because you cannot see its edges. Feel for my hand and take the next step, and let the step after that wait its turn. This is how deserts are crossed. Not in one heroic day, but step upon step, with manna enough for each morning. State, I trust out loud if you believe my timing over your own. Now let me show you who you are becoming, because tonight is not only an ending, it is an unveiling. The person who wakes tomorrow will carry the same name and the same face, but something in the foundation will have shifted. You are crossing from one way of being into another, and I want you to recognize the crossing while it happens. The first mark of this new season is a quiet confidence. Not the loud kind that performs for a room, the kind that sits still in you like ballast in a ship, unseen but steadying everything. It will not need applause to survive. It will not collapse when someone doubts you. It is rooted in what you know, not in what others confirm. You will notice it in small ways at first. You will make a decision without polling 5 people for permission. You will let a criticism pass through you without building a house for it. You will hear no and remain whole. These small moments are not small. They are the new foundation bearing weight. Your priorities are already rearranging themselves. Things that once consumed your attention are quietly losing their flavor. Conversations you used to chase now feel like eating air. Places that once drew you now leave you restless to go home. Do not mourn this. Nothing is wrong with you. The appetite changes when the person changes. What is fading makes room for what is arriving. You will find yourself hungry for depth where you once settled for noise. Hungry for what is real where you once accepted what was convenient. Hungry for my presence in ways that surprise you. Feed that hunger. It is the truest compass you own. There is a purpose taking shape in you, and I want to speak carefully about it. You have asked what you are here for, sometimes with words, sometimes with a long stare at the ceiling. The answer has been forming in you all along, built from everything you have lived. Nothing you endured stands outside of it. The compassion in you was carved by the hours no one comforted you. You know how to sit with the brokenhearted, because you know which words help and which words wound. That knowledge was purchased at a price, and it was not purchased for nothing. There are people ahead of you whom only your particular scars can reach. Do not ask me for the whole blueprint tonight. Purpose is not handed over like a map unrolled all at once. It is revealed the way a road reveals itself to the one walking it. What I will give you is the next assignment, the next person, the next act of obedience. Walk in what you have, and more will meet you on the way. You will also stand differently among people now. Some will sense the change before you name it. A steadiness in your presence, a refusal to be rushed, an absence of the old anxious edge. They may not have language for it, but they will feel it, because alignment carries its own quiet authority. Not everyone will celebrate this. Understand that now, so it does not wound you later. Some people had arranged their comfort around your smallness. Your silence made room for their voice. Your bending made their rigidity workable. When you stand upright, arrangements like that come under strain. Let them. You are not responsible for the comfort others built on your compromise. But watch too for the ones who draw nearer. There are people appointed to this next season of your life. Some you have already met, and some still on their way. They will recognize what you carry, and you will recognize them by a certain rest you feel in their company. Iron meeting iron, without injury. Give those connections your best attention. You are also done from tonight with begging for reassurance. That constant checking, that need to be told again and again that you are enough, that it will be all right, that you have not been forgotten. It came from an old wound, and the wound is closing. In its place grows a settled knowing that does not need hourly confirmation. This does not mean you will never wobble. It means the wobble will no longer become a collapse. You will feel doubt brush past you and remain standing. That is not pride. That is what a healed thing feels like. Healed bones do not need the crutch, though the memory of limping lingers a while. Acceptance is doing its quiet work in you as well. You are making peace with what was, not because it was good, but because arguing with the past was costing you the present. Some questions from your history will never receive their answers on this side of eternity. You are learning to leave them at my feet and live anyway. That is not defeat. That is wisdom with the dust of the road on its shoes. And closure is coming to things that hung unfinished. Some of it arrives tonight in what is revealed. Some of it arrives simply because you stop reopening what I have sealed. Not every ending needs a ceremony. Some doors close without a sound, and the proof they are closed is the peace you feel walking away from them. Guard this new self in the days ahead, because old patterns will send for you. The old cravings for approval, the old reflex to shrink, the old habit of carrying what was never yours. They will knock, wearing familiar faces. You are not obligated to answer. Recognition is your defense. You cannot be quietly pulled into what you clearly see. I am telling you all of this before it fully unfolds, so that when it comes, you will know it was not chance. You will remember that I named it in advance, on this night, in this word spoken over you. And that memory will anchor you when the changes stretch you. Let it be a stone of remembrance set up on the night everything turned. Now hear my final word for this night, because morning is coming, and I want you ready for it. What happens tonight is not meant to live as a memory you revisit. It is meant to live as ground you build on. Many receive a word and are moved for an evening. Few let the word move them for a lifetime. Be among the few. When the sun rises, the world will look ordinary again. The same rooms, the same obligations, the same faces at the same tables. Do not be deceived by the sameness. You are not returning to your old life. You're walking through your old surroundings as a new person, and that changes everything the surroundings can do to you. There will be a temptation in a day or a week to explain this night away, to call it a mood, a strange evening, a wave of feeling that passed. That temptation is the thief coming for the seed. Guard what was planted in you. Speak of it to yourself when doubt argues. Write nothing off that I have written in. Remember what was revealed and hold it without bitterness. If a person was shown to you as they truly are, thank me for the sight, and do not spend your strength hating them. Bitterness would chain you to the very thing I separated you from. Release them into my hands. My justice needs no help from your resentment, and your future has no room for its weight. Remember also what rose in you, the voice that stood up, the strength that surfaced, the peace that arrived without permission from your circumstances. These are not visitors. They are residents now. When old situations try to summon the old you, let the new residents answer the door. Walk slowly through the coming days, not hesitantly, slowly. There is a difference. Hesitation is fear wearing the mask of caution. Slowness is wisdom refusing to be rushed. Decisions will present themselves, some quickly. Take them to me first. A moment of asking spares a season of untangling, and keep watch over your mouth in this next stretch. What I have shown you tonight is not for every ear. Some revelations are bread for your own table, not seed for every field. Joseph told his dream too widely and gained years of trouble for it. Let your changed life speak first. Words can follow later when the fruit is visible and no argument is needed. You will stumble somewhere ahead. I tell you this not to discourage you, but to disarm the shame before it arrives. A stumble on the new road is not a return to the old one. When it happens, do not lie in the dust, composing speeches about your failure. Take my hand, stand, and continue. My mercies are not annual or monthly. They are new every morning, and they will be new on that morning too. Care for the ones I have placed around you, the ones you love, and the ones you carry in prayer. Some of them are watching your life more closely than you know, reading it like a letter. The steadiness you walk in after this night will preach to them without a single sermon. Your peace will make them thirsty. Your light will make them curious about the flame. But do not appoint yourself the manager of anyone else's awakening. You cannot shake anyone awake. You can only live awake in front of them. Pray for them. Be patient the way I have been patient with you. Remember how many quiet years I called before you turned. Give others the same room, and trust me to work in the hours you cannot see. There is provision arranged for the road ahead of you. I do not send anyone into an assignment without supplies. Manna did not begin until the wilderness required it, and yours will meet you the same way, exactly when the need becomes real, and not an hour before. Do not measure tomorrow's road against today's supplies. That arithmetic has frightened you long enough. The provider walks with you, and the storehouse travels with the owner. And know this about the ones who wronged you, the ones whose faces still visit your thoughts. I saw everything. Nothing that was done to you in secret is hidden from me. You do not need to carry the ledger any longer. Hand me the accounts. Some debts I will settle in ways you will witness, and some in ways you never will. But not one line has escaped my reading. You are free to live unburdened by the arithmetic of old wounds. What I want most for you in this next season is nearness. Not more religion, not busier service. Nearness. Speak with me in the plain words of your ordinary day. Bring me your questions before they become worries, and your worries before they become storms. The door between us has no lock on my side. It never did. I am with you when the road is obvious and when it is hidden. I am with you in the rooms where you are celebrated and the rooms where you are misunderstood. I am with you in the strength of your morning and the honesty of your midnight. There is no hour you can enter where I have not already arrived. So step into what comes next without dread. The night that frightened you was carrying gifts. The shaking you braced against was setting things in order. You will look back on this evening further down the road and recognize it as a hinge on which your whole direction turned. And you will be glad you did not turn away from my voice when it called. My child, we have walked a long road together to reach this night, and the road ahead is brighter than any stretch behind you. Lift your head, loosen your grip on what is finished, open your hands to what is beginning. The old has served its purpose, and the new is already at the door. Go now toward your rest, and let sleep come without guarding against the dark. Nothing prowls this night that has authority over you. My watch does not end when your eyes close. I will be awake over you until morning, and in the morning I will still be speaking. Listen for me in the light, the way you listened in the dark. Receive my peace now, not as an idea, but as a covering. Let it settle over your mind, your body, your home, and everyone under your roof. What was spoken over you tonight is sealed, and no hand can unseal what I have closed. You are known. You are kept. You are mine. If you are ready to walk into what I have prepared, declare, "Yes, Lord, I am ready," and let that be your first step.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
I am calling to you from heaven, and I need you to hear this before these next few minutes end. Something serious is entering your life. Do not turn away from this moment, because it will not come again in the same way. I am speaking to you clearly, directly, so that you are not caught unprepared. What is coming is not sent to destroy you, but it will test your strength, your faith, and your trust in me in ways you did not expect. Listen closely. I see the path ahead of you more clearly than you see the ground beneath your feet. I know the shift that is about to take place. That is why I am speaking with urgency, not to frighten you, but to wake you. There are moments in a life when everything changes quickly, and you are standing at the edge of one now. If you ignore this call, you will walk into it blind. If you listen, you will walk through it with power and clarity. Slow your thoughts. Quiet your heart. Let everything else wait, because nothing else you were about to do carries the weight of what I am telling you now. The enemy would rather you stay distracted than prepared. He does not need to defeat you if he can simply keep you from paying attention. But I have interrupted your day on purpose. You were drawn to this moment by my will, not by chance. There is something precious in your life that I am protecting. This warning is part of that protection. I do not warn those I have abandoned. I warn those I am guarding, the way a father wakes the household before the storm reaches the door. So understand what this moment means. It means I am watching over what concerns you, and I have judged you ready to hear what is coming. The seriousness of what approaches is not about harm alone. It is about transformation, and transformation demands your full attention. There will be confusion around you. There will be voices pulling you in different directions, situations pressing on your patience, moments when the air itself seems to tighten. You may feel pressure building, as if something is closing in. But hear me. I'm already standing ahead of you. I'm making a way where you cannot yet see one. What feels overwhelming to you has already been measured by me, and I measured it against the strength I placed in you. I know you have been tired. I know there have been long stretches when nothing seemed to move, when you asked for change and heard only silence. This day is different. This is a turning point, and your awareness will decide your outcome. If you stay alert and grounded in me, you will not be shaken, even when everything around you trembles. Your steadiness does not come from you alone. It comes from my presence, and my presence does not leave. Things will try to pull at you in the days ahead. Some will seem urgent but carry no real weight. Others will whisper and matter greatly. You must learn the difference, and I will teach you. Stay close to me. Stay quiet in your spirit. I will guide you step by step through everything that is about to unfold. You are not being left to figure this out on your own. What is coming may uncover hidden things, truths that were kept from you, people and situations that were never what they appeared to be. Do not be afraid when the covering is pulled back. Truth is part of your protection, even when it stings. I am removing what does not belong in your life, and removal is rarely comfortable. But what leaves is making room for what I have prepared, and what I have prepared fits the purpose I wrote for you. You have been asking me for change. Now change is approaching, and it requires your trust. That is why my voice carries this weight today. You are not alone in this, and you are not powerless in it. I am with you in every step you're about to take. Stay steady, stay focused. Do not hand your thoughts over to fear, because fear is a thief that spends your strength on battles that never come. Very soon there will be a moment of decision. It may look small when it arrives. It will not be small. It will shape the direction of everything that follows, and that is why you must remain connected to me now, before it comes. When that moment stands in front of you, do not rush. Do not react out of panic. Respond with the peace I am building in you today. I will place the right thought in your mind at the right hour. I will set the right stirring in your heart. You will know. Understand this also. Not everything that feels urgent is meant to be acted on now. and not everything that seems delayed is meant to be forgotten. Discernment is the skill of this season, and discernment grows in nearness to me. I am sharpening your awareness so that when the hour comes, you see clearly while others squint in the dark. This is part of your growth. It is leading you into a stronger version of yourself than comfort could ever have produced. And do not forget this, even under the weight of my warning. What is entering your life carries opportunity inside it. It is not only a trial, it is a doorway. And behind that door is something you have been waiting on for a long time. Face it with fear, and you will struggle against it. Face it with trust, and you will rise on it, the way a bird rises on the very wind that beats against it. I am calling you to rise. I am not calling you to shrink back. So take a breath and receive this word as it is meant, not as a threat hanging over you, but as a lamp lit before your feet while the night is still dark. I do not wake my children for nothing. I wake them because the hour matters and because I intend for them to stand. Declare your Amen if you have faith. Now let me tell you how you will recognize what is coming. You will sense it in small moments. A sudden thought that arrives from nowhere. An unexpected feeling that rises without explanation. A quiet unease when everything on the surface looks normal. That is why I am preparing your heart now, so that you notice what others walk straight past and respond with wisdom instead of confusion. There will come a moment when something feels slightly off. Nothing you can point to, nothing you could explain to another person. But it will not sit right within you. Do not dismiss that feeling. That is my spirit, tapping on the wall of your heart, telling you to pay attention. You have spent years doubting yourself, talking yourself out of what you sensed. That season is over. I am teaching you to trust what I place inside you. That inner knowing is not anxiety. It is guidance, and it exists to keep your feet off ground that was never meant to hold you. Understand what this shift is really for. It is not here to break you. It is here to reveal where you truly stand. It will expose your habits, your reactions, the corners of your character that comfort has allowed to stay soft. You may feel challenged in ways that seem unfair, but I am allowing these moments because I am building someone who cannot be easily shaken. You are being refined, not rejected. Hold those two words apart in your mind, because the enemy will try to make them sound the same. There will be people involved in what is coming. Not all of them carry clean intentions. Some will speak kindly while planning otherwise. Some will confuse you. Some will disappoint you in ways you did not see coming. Do not let this harden you. I am opening your eyes so you can see who belongs in your life and who has only been standing near it. This is a time of separation. What is true will remain standing. What is false will fall away on its own, without you having to push it. When tension rises, you will feel the urge to react fast, to defend yourself, to fix everything in the same hour it breaks. Resist that urge. Not every situation deserves your response, and there are rooms where your silence will speak with more authority than anything you could say. I am teaching you to move with intention instead of impulse, so you do not start battles in a season that already carries enough weight of its own. There will be hours when you feel alone in this, as if no one on earth understands what is moving inside you. In those hours, remember who is nearest. I see every detail that others cannot see. I hear what you never say out loud. The quiet around you is not abandonment. Lean into my presence in those moments, and you will find a strength that no person could have handed you. And hear this, because it matters. The same season that brings the testing also brings openings. Doors will unlock quietly, Paths will show themselves when you least expect them. Clarity will drop into the middle of confusion, like light through a torn curtain. These are not accidents. They are my hand moving in your favor while the pressure is still on. Stay awake so you do not miss an open door because you were staring at a closed one. Do not let fear write the story of what is coming. Fear exaggerates. Fear takes a shadow and calls it a giant. But I am telling you the truth. Nothing enters your life without first passing through my hands. What approach has already been weighed. Its reach has already been limited. Its ending has already been bent toward your good. Fear does not know any of this. I do. A moment will come when you must choose between what your eyes report and what my voice has spoken. Your eyes will report uncertainty, unstable ground, numbers that do not add up. My word over your life will say otherwise. That is the hour when faith stops being something you hold and becomes something you stand on. Choose my word. Plant your feet on it even while the ground argues. Your patience will be tested in this season more than usual. Answers will come slower than you want. Movement will hide itself from your eyes. This is not neglect. I am teaching you to wait with strength instead of desperation, because the person who panics in the pause will stumble in the breakthrough. While you wait, I am arranging. While you hold still, I am moving. The quiet is full of my work, even when you cannot hear a single sound of it. There will also come a day when something you leaned on proves unsteady. A plan, a situation, perhaps a person. It will shift under your weight, and you will feel the fright of it. Do not call it loss. Call it what it is: redirection. I am taking away props that could never support where you are going. What I have prepared for you needs a foundation that does not crack, and there is only one foundation like that. It is me. As all of this unfolds, watch what happens inside you. You will respond differently than you used to. You will think more clearly under pressure. A steadiness will surface in you that surprises even you. That is the fruit of listening. That is what happens to a person who stays present with me instead of running ahead of me. You are not who you were, and you are still becoming. Remember that you are protected through every hour of this. My protection does not always remove the difficulty. It removes the difficulty's power to destroy you. There is a difference, and one day you will thank me for it. You will come out of this stronger, wiser, and more awake than you have ever been. What feels heavy today will become the story you tell of how I carried you through something that could have ended very differently. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. Now I want to speak to you about the stretching you feel. It is not random, and it is not cruelty. You are being pulled beyond your old limits, because your old limits cannot contain what I am about to place in your hands. I allow certain pressures to rise so that what is weak in you grows strong, and what is uncertain in you becomes settled. Do not read this process as punishment. A blade is not being punished when the stone sharpens it. There will be moments when everything around you feels unstable, as if the ground shifts without warning. Your instinct will be to grab whatever feels familiar, even things you already know are wrong for you. I am asking you to open that grip. I am your foundation, not the circumstances that keep rearranging themselves around you. What slips out of your hands in this season was never strong enough to carry you into the next one. You will begin to see patterns you never noticed before. The same kind of situation returning in new clothes. The same feeling rising at the same kind of moment. The same lesson circling back with a different face. This is not coincidence. I am lifting these things to the surface where you can finally see them. Because a cycle you can see is a cycle you can break. When you recognize the pattern, do not look away from it. Face it, name it, and bring it to me. Chains lose their strength the moment they lose their hiding place. Trust is the currency of this season. Not the kind of trust that waits for proof, but the kind that moves before the answer arrives. Everything I am about to do in your life will ask for that kind of trust, and I am going to give you a way to practice it that is real, not theoretical. My child, I'm asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Now listen to what comes next, because the testing will touch more than your circumstances. It will reach into your relationships. People who once felt close may drift toward the edges of your life. Others you never expected will step in carrying purpose you did not see in them before. Do not fight these changes. I am arranging the people around you to match the place I am taking you. Some connections were built for a season that is ending, and holding them past their time only slows your walking. There will be days when you feel misunderstood. Others will not see what you see. They will not feel the weight you feel or the pull you feel. This can taste like loneliness, but understand what it really is. You're moving into a different level of awareness, and new territory always feels empty at first. Not everyone is meant to interpret your journey. Not everyone is meant to walk every mile of it beside you. Stay true to what I am showing you, even when you are the only one in the room who can see it. Your desires are going to change in this season. Watch for it. Things that once pulled at you will lose their grip quietly, without a struggle. New hunger will rise in your heart for things you never used to think about. This is not confusion. This is alignment. I am tuning your heart to your actual purpose. And when a heart comes into tune, the old songs stop fitting. What you used to chase will stop satisfying you, because I am leading you toward something with roots. A choice is coming that will look simple on its surface. It will not be simple. Underneath it will sit consequences that stretch years ahead of you. You will be tempted to take the comfortable answer, the one that asks nothing of you. I am calling you to take the right one. It may not be the path others expect from you. It may cost you an explanation you cannot give. But when you choose what is right over what is easy, you step onto the road where your growth and your assignment are waiting. Your inner senses will grow sharper through all of this. You will read situations before they finish unfolding. You will understand things you were never told. Do not be unsettled by this, and do not wave it off as imagination. This is how I guide those who walk closely with me. Pay attention to those moments. They are not decoration. They are direction. And when the quiet stretch comes, when nothing seems to be happening anywhere on the surface, do not mistake my silence for my absence. Some of my greatest work is done in rooms you cannot enter yet. Foundations are laid underground where no one applauds. Roots deepen in the dark before the branch ever shows a bud. Stay faithful in the hidden season, because what is being assembled behind the veil is worth every day of the wait. You may feel an urgency stirring in you during this time, a sense that something must change, that you must move. That stirring is not panic, and it should not become panic. It is purpose knocking. Do not smother it, and do not spend it recklessly. Bring it to me first. I will show you which direction to aim it, and when. An arrow released at the right moment travels farther than 100 loosed in a hurry. Watch also for the fruit of this season showing up in you. You will handle sharp situations with a softer grip. You will answer foolishness with patience that surprises you. Peace will hold its seat in you, even when the room is loud. None of this is accidental. It is what happens when a person stays joined to me while the pressure works. You are growing stronger in the place where strength actually matters, which is the spirit, not the circumstances. There is something else rising in this season that you need to understand. Old things are going to surface in you, thoughts you believed were settled, memories you filed away years ago, feelings you thought you had outrun. When they appear, do not call it a step backward. It is not. It is a deeper level of healing asking for your attention. I am bringing these things into the light because light is where they lose their authority. What you face with honesty cannot rule you from the shadows anymore. Your mind will try to go back to its old ways of working. It will try to explain this new season using old maps. But you cannot navigate new territory with charts drawn in a country you have already left. I am renewing your thinking. I am teaching you to see past the familiar into what is actually true. Let your perspective be rebuilt, even when the rebuilding feels strange. A house being renovated always looks worse before it looks right. Some doors are closing around you right now. Hear me carefully on this. They are not closing because you failed. They are closing because they no longer lead anywhere you are meant to go. A closed door can feel like grief, even when you sense it is right. Grieve if you need to, but do not stand knocking. I do not take anything from my children without already holding its replacement. And what I hold for you is not a copy of what you lost. It is beyond it. There will be a stretch of this journey where I ask you to move without full understanding. You will want the whole map. You will get a lantern. You will want the explanation. You will get the next step. This is not me withholding from you out of coldness. It is me building in you the kind of trust that survives every weather. The person who only moves when everything is explained will stand still their whole life. You were not made for standing still. In this season, pay attention to what your strength does around different people and places. Notice what drains you and what steadies you. Notice which rooms you leave heavier and which you leave clearer. This awareness is not selfishness. It is stewardship. Your energy is being pointed at something that matters now, and you cannot pour into your purpose what you have already leaked into places that were never yours to fill. There will be a test of honesty coming, and it has two edges. The first edge is speaking truth to others when a comfortable lie would be easier. Stand in the truth even when your voice shakes. What you speak now is laying track for where your life travels next. The second edge is harder. It is being honest with yourself. There are things you have avoided looking at because looking at them costs something. In this season, they will step in front of you and wait. Do not walk around them again. On the other side of that honest look is a freedom you have never had. You will feel emotions moving with unusual strength in these days. They will rise fast, sometimes without a reason you can name. Do not panic and do not let them take the wheel. Emotions in this season are messengers, not masters. They are surfacing to show you what is happening underneath, not to decide your direction. When a strong feeling rises, pause. Bring it to me before you spend it. In that pause, you will find that clarity was standing there the whole time, waiting for the noise to pass. Something you have trusted may begin to show cracks. A plan you built, a direction you were sure of, an arrangement that once felt like stone. Do not hold it together with fear. If it cannot bear weight, better you learn that now than after you have built your future on top of it. I am letting you see the weakness early. That is not misfortune. That is mercy wearing work clothes. You will also be tempted to reach for fast relief, for the quick answer that makes the discomfort stop today. I am asking you not to. Sit inside the process, even when it presses. Some things I can only build in you while the discomfort holds the door open. The moment you understand this, waiting stops being torture and becomes construction. Not one honest day of it will be wasted. I do not waste my children's seasons. Around you, voices will multiply. Advice will come from every direction, some of it polished, some of it loud, some of it from people who love you but cannot see what I have shown you. You must learn to filter every voice through the peace in your spirit. When counsel is right, peace settles on it. When counsel is wrong, something in you stays restless no matter how reasonable the words sound. Follow the peace. It knows the way home. A weight of responsibility will settle on your shoulders in this season, heavier than before. Your choices are carrying more consequence now because your life is entering ground where more is at stake. Do not resent this weight, and do not fear it. It is the weight of mattering. I do not load a back I have not strengthened, and I have been strengthening yours for longer than you realize. And you will outgrow something soon. Something that once defined you. A way of thinking. A habit that shaped your days. A role you played so long it felt like your name. Letting it fall away will feel strange, like a hand reaching for something that is no longer there. Let it fall anyway. What defined you was never the deepest truth of you. I know who you are becoming, and I am clearing the stage for that person to step forward. Now let me show you what I am doing with the people around you, because this is where the season will press you hardest. Your awareness of others is sharpening. You will begin to sense intentions before words confirm them. You will feel the difference between a hand extended in kindness and a hand extended in calculation. Do not dismiss these quiet signals. They are part of my protection over you. I am teaching you to hear what is underneath the sentences. Some people in your life are about to reveal their true nature. For a few of them, this will bring you relief and gratitude. For others, it will bring disappointment that sits heavy in your chest. Let the truth do its work either way. It is better to see clearly and ache for a while than to live comfortably inside an illusion. I'm showing you what is real so that you can build with real materials. When the disappointment comes, guard your heart against bitterness. Bitterness is a debt collector that only visits your own house. The ones who proved false were not the foundation of your future, and their leaving has not moved a single stone of what I have prepared for you. Release them without a war. Bless them if you can manage it. Then face forward, because forward is where everything I promised you lives. There will be a moment when someone asks you, directly or quietly, to bend something that should not bend. A small compromise. Easy to justify, barely visible to anyone else. I am telling you now so you recognize it when it comes. Stand firm. Your integrity is worth more than anything that compromise could buy you. What you protect in secret becomes the strength you stand on in public. And what you trade away in small pieces is exactly what you will need whole on the day of your assignment. You will feel a pull toward a simpler life in this season, a desire to put things down, to clear the table, to step away from noise that once entertained you and obligations that once flattered you. Follow that pull. It is not loss. It is pruning. And pruning is how a vine is prepared for heavier fruit. When you remove what is unnecessary, what is essential finally has room to breathe. Your time is becoming more valuable now because your purpose is getting closer. You cannot scatter yourself across everything and everyone the way you once did. This is not coldness. It is aim. A river that spreads across a whole plain becomes a marsh. A river held between banks turns mills and carries ships. I am giving you banks. Let me narrow you toward what matters. More than one opportunity may arrive at the same time, each one waving for your attention, each one wearing urgency like a costume. Do not let the pressure of choosing quickly force you into choosing badly. What is truly yours does not demand confusion as its price. Take the time to stand before me with each option. The right one will hold still while you examine it. The wrong one will keep hurrying you. Very soon you will find yourself standing between two paths. One is familiar. It feels safe because you already know its every turn, even the turns that lead nowhere. The other is uncertain, and it carries a quiet pull of truth that you cannot fully explain. You will be tempted to choose the smaller life because it asks less of you. I am calling you to the path that stretches you, because your purpose is not waiting on the familiar road. Do not let comfort become the reason you stay where you no longer belong. When you step onto that stretching path, resistance will come. Some who know you will question it. A few may push against it openly. You may feel the pressure to explain yourself until everyone approves. Release that need. Not everyone is required to understand where I am taking you. Your assignment was never put to a vote. What matters is that you keep true to what I am showing you, walking steadily while the opinions blow past like weather. There will be days on that path when you feel you are moving entirely alone. Hear this. Solitary is not the same as abandoned. Some roads are built for one walker and me. In that aloneness, your ear will tune itself to my voice with a precision that crowds never allow. Many who carried great purpose walked stretches of it misunderstood. You are in good company, even when the road looks empty. And watch how fear begins to lose its grip on you through all of this. Things that once stopped you at the threshold will find their hands weaker. You will step through doorways you used to circle, not because the fears vanished, but because you grew past their reach. I've been feeding your courage quietly, meal by meal, and in this season you will discover how much taller it stands. A quiet confidence is forming in you, and I want you to recognize it when you feel it. It does not shout. It does not need an audience or applause. It is a steady knowing, rooted in your connection to me, and it will hold your spine straight when others question you. Let it guide your decisions. Let it shape how you enter rooms. This is not pride. Pride leans on itself. This leans on me. Hold on to this as the people around you shift and settle. No one who leaves takes your future with them, and no one who arrives brings it. Your future travels with me. People are companions on the road, some for a mile, some for many, but the road itself was laid by my hand. Keep your eyes on the one who laid it. Declare I receive it, if your heart is open to what I am doing in you. Let me show you something about your past that will change how you carry your present. Certain delays that once frustrated you were guarding you. Doors that would not open for you were holding back what would have harmed you. Plans that collapsed were collapsing away from ground that could not hold a future. You called those things failure. From where I stand, they were rescue. Now that you are here, at this threshold, some of that hidden reasoning will finally come into view, and you will understand why the timing had to bend the way it did. So when this new season asks you to wait again, wait differently. Wait like someone who has seen the pattern. Every hour that seems slow is an hour where something is being set in place for you. You do not rush a harvest by shouting at the field. You keep tending and you trust the seasons to keep their appointment. They always have. I have never once been late to anything that concerned you, even when I refused to be early. More responsibility is settling on you now, and I want you to read it correctly. It is not burden being dumped on you. It is trust being extended to you. A master hands the heavier charge to the servant who proved faithful with the lighter one. If your shoulders feel more weight this year, it is because heaven has judged them ready. Carry it with a steady stride. You are not being given 1 ounce beyond what I have fitted you to bear. Watch your reactions in the coming days, because they will tell you who you are becoming. Situations that once lit a fire of frustration in you will land differently. You will feel calm arrive where panic used to live. You will hear yourself answer with patience and wonder where it came from. It came from every quiet hour you spent with me. I've been reshaping your responses from the inside, and now the results are reaching the surface. But there will be one situation that comes dressed in familiar clothing. It will look like something you have faced before, and your first instinct will be to handle it the old way. Do not. The old response belongs to the old person, and the old person is not the one standing here. This moment is designed to lift you past your former patterns, not to repeat them. When you feel the ancient reaction rising, pause. In that pause, a new road opens. Take it, and you will feel something break behind you that has followed you for years. Your sense of timing is changing too. You will feel led to act in certain moments and to hold still in others, without always knowing why. Follow that leading. It is not random. There is a rhythm I am setting under your life, the way a tide sets under a boat. And when you move with it, things fall into place with an ease that effort alone never produced. When you fight it, everything becomes heavy. Learn the rhythm. Trust the rhythm. An opportunity is approaching that will feel significant the moment you see it. It may arrive without warning, at an hour when you feel anything but ready. Hear me now so you remember it then. You are more ready than you feel. Readiness is not a feeling. It is the sum of everything you have walked through, everything you have learned, everything I have built into you while you thought nothing was happening. Step into it with confidence. I will be in it with you. Your strength will move in waves through this season. Some days you will feel clear and strong. Other days you will feel tired and unsure, and you will wonder if you have lost ground. You have not. Even the low days are doing their work. A field lies fallow and looks abandoned, yet the soil is renewing itself the whole time. Both kinds of days are mine. Both kinds of days are moving you forward. Release your grip on control. I know how tightly you have held the details, believing that if you managed every corner, nothing could go wrong. But your hands were never large enough for that job, and they were never meant to be. When you release what you cannot manage, you make room for me to move in ways your management never could. Trust me with the outcomes. You handle the obedience. I will handle the arranging. Even the places around you will begin to shift. Rooms that once felt comfortable may begin to feel too small, like a coat you have outgrown. New places will pull at your attention for reasons you cannot fully name. Pay attention to that pull. Geography can be part of alignment. I moved Abraham before I blessed him. Sometimes the promise waits at an address the comfortable never visit. And through all of it, your discernment will keep deepening. You will know things without being told. You will sense the right and the wrong of a matter before anyone finishes explaining it. Do not doubt these knowings, and do not demand that they justify themselves in words. This is the language I speak with those who stay near me. The more you honor it, the clearer it becomes. The more you dismiss it, the quieter it grows. Honor it. There will be an hour when everything in front of you is uncertain, and everything I promised feels far. In that hour, do not reach for what you can see. Reach for what I said. Sight reports the moment. My word reports the ending. And I am telling you now, before any of it unfolds, so that when it unfolds, you will remember. I told you, and I was already there. You are not walking toward this season unarmed. You are walking toward it accompanied, instructed, and loved. Keep your ear tuned to me, and your steps will not wander, even where the path has no markings. My child, we have walked a long road together already, and I have no intention of letting go of your hand now. Now hear the final portion of this word, because it concerns the hour when everything I have described begins to take visible shape. You are entering the phase where what was hidden will not stay hidden. The seriousness I spoke of at the beginning is going to step out of the shadows and stand where you can see it plainly. You will not be able to pretend that everything is the same, and you should not try. This is the moment where awareness must become action, where everything you have received in these minutes gets its test in daylight. Something will become undeniable. It may arrive through a situation, a conversation, or a sudden understanding that settles over you like morning light over a field. When it comes, do not turn from it. Do not argue with it. This truth is not coming to wound you. It is coming to point you, and a person who refuses the pointing wanders twice as long. Let what becomes clear stay clear. Fear will try to talk you back into fog. Refuse it. A situation will ask you to stand firm, while everything in you leans toward retreat. The decision in front of you will feel heavy, and stepping back will look so reasonable. Stand anyway, not in stubbornness, but in trust. What you face in that hour is not greater than what I have placed within you. And I would not have led you to that ground if the ground could not hold you. Remember who walked you here. The same one stands beside you there. Your thoughts may scatter under the pressure, pulling in 6 directions at once, each one demanding to be followed. This is not evidence that you are failing. It is simply the noise that always gathers at a threshold. Quiet your mind. Come down beneath the noise to the still place where my voice lives. Chaos speaks in crowds. I speak in stillness. The direction you need will be waiting there, as it always has been. When the pressure feels like it is arriving all at once, remember that you were never asked to carry all of it at once. Take the peace that belongs to today. Leave tomorrow's peace where it lies. I divide burdens into days for a reason, and the person who gathers up a whole month of weight in one morning collapses under arithmetic I never assigned. One step, then the next. I am in each of them. An urgency will rise in you near the end of this stretch, and it will be clean urgency, not panic. It will feel like something in you waking, reminding you that your hours matter and your strength has a purpose. Follow it. Move with intention. What you do in this window will shape the years that lean against it. But move as one who is led, not as one who is chased. There is a difference, and your peace will always tell you which one you are. You will be asked, one final time in this season, to be honest with yourself at a depth you have avoided. Whatever you have kept in the drawer, whatever you have promised yourself you would look at later, will ask for its hour. Give it the hour. Truth only frightens you from a distance. Up close, it turns out to be the door, and on the other side of that door is a lightness you have not felt in years. Then, after the pressing, comes the settling. Hear this promise and keep it near. The intensity will not last forever. There will be a moment when the noise thins, the dust comes down, and clarity takes its seat where confusion sat. In that stillness you will see the whole design, how each strange turn fed the road, how each closed door aimed you, how each hard week built what the easy weeks never could. Understanding will arrive like rain after long heat, and with it peace. You will look back at the person who first heard this warning and realize you are no longer that person. Your thoughts run in newer channels. Your responses carry more weight and less noise. Your faith has moved from your vocabulary into your spine. This is what I intended from the first word of this message, not merely to warn you, but to change what the warning found. So gather what you have heard and hold it with both hands. Something serious is entering your life, and now you know its purpose. It comes to test, and the testing will prove you. It comes to expose, and the exposing will free you. It comes to remove, and the removing will make room. Nothing about it is outside my sight, and nothing about it is beyond my reach. You have been told before it arrived, which means you will recognize it when it comes, and recognition is half the victory. Walk into these days with your head lifted. Keep your spirit quiet and your ears open. Refuse the counterfeit urgencies and honor the true ones. Guard your integrity in the small hours when no one is recording. Choose the stretching road over the shrinking one. Release what cracks and build only on what holds. And when the decisive moment stands before you, breathe. Remember this word and take the step I show you. I am not sending you into this season. I am walking you through it. There is a difference between a message shouted from a distance and a hand held along the way, and you have both today. The shout that woke you, and the hand that stays. Others will wonder how you kept your footing when the season shook. You will know. You were told. You listened. And the one who told you kept every syllable of his word. My beloved, receive this final blessing over everything that is coming. May your eyes stay clear when others are clouded. May your heart stay soft without becoming weak, and firm without becoming hard. May every false thing fall away from you gently, and every true thing root itself deep. May you enter the testing hole and leave it stronger, and may the purpose I wrote for you find you standing exactly where I need you, at exactly the hour I need you there. The path from this moment forward is not empty. It is prepared, and it is watched, and it ends in something worth every step it costs you. What comes next for you is not small, and heaven is not distant from it. Rise each morning of the season, and remember, you were warned in love, armed in advance, and accompanied the entire way. Nothing that comes can take from you what I have placed in you. Nothing that leaves can carry away what I have promised you. Stand in that, and you will not be moved. Say, yes, Father, I am ready, if you will walk this season with me.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, the day did not have to bring you to this moment. You could have kept moving, kept filling the hours with everything that calls for your attention. But something held you here. Something in you paused, settled, and said, listen, that was not your own idea. That was me. I am speaking to you now, not to a crowd, not to a general audience, to you exactly as you are in this hour, with whatever is sitting heavy in your chest, with whatever questions have been circling in your mind, with whatever hope you have been afraid to voice out loud in case it fell apart again. I am speaking directly into that place. The weight you have been carrying is not invisible to me. You have walked into this moment carrying more than most people around you realize. You have been managing things that have no easy name. Worries that begin the moment your eyes open in the morning. A fatigue that sleep alone cannot fix. a quietness inside you where something used to live. You have been surviving, my child, at a level far below what I created you for. And part of you already knows this. Do not brush past that knowing. That ache is not weakness. That recognition, the sense that something is not right, that life should not feel this heavy, that you were made for more than what you have been enduring. That is your soul telling the truth. And I am not offended by it. I am answering it. I did not create you for this weight. I created you for peace. Not the shallow kind that arrives when problems resolve and leaves the moment they return, but the deep kind, the settled kind, the kind that holds firm when circumstances do not change, because it is rooted in me rather than in what surrounds you. You have been looking for that peace in outcomes, in people, in the resolution of things that have not yet resolved. And when those places failed to hold it, you pushed on, and you are still here. But hear me clearly now. I did not bring you to this moment to tell you to push through again. I brought you here to tell you something has changed. Declare your amen if you believe this word is reaching your spirit today. My child, there is a place within you that is quieter than thought, deeper than emotion, beyond the reach of the noise that has surrounded you for so long. That place has always known my voice, even in the seasons when your mind was too crowded to hear it clearly. And I am speaking to that place right now, not from a distance, not from somewhere above the details of your life, but from right here, closer to you than you are to your own breath. You have carried the impression that I am somewhere beyond your reach, that to find me you must first get your life in order, or your faith stronger, or your heart cleaner, that my closeness is something you must earn, rather than something you may simply receive. My child, that impression was never true. I did not make you fight your way to me. I came to you. I have always come to you. Not because your belief was steady enough, or your prayers eloquent enough, or your record clean enough. I came because you are mine, and I do not abandon what belongs to me. Something drew you to this moment. You may call it chance, or idle drifting, or the restless movement of a tired mind. But I tell you, nothing that brings a heart closer to my voice is accidental. I arranged this. I placed this in your path at this hour, not as a coincidence, but as an appointment. Heaven does not deal in coincidence when it comes to the ones it loves. The world around you is loud. It fills every available space with urgency and noise and the constant measuring of your life against lives that are not yours. It takes the quiet places and crowds them before you can rest in them. And you have been living inside that noise for a long time. So long that stillness has begun to feel unfamiliar. So long that a moment of quiet sometimes seems like something has gone wrong. But nothing has gone wrong. Stillness is where I have been waiting for you. It is where I speak without competition. It is where the truth of what I have declared over your life can finally reach you without being drowned out. So stay here with me. Let this moment become more than words passing through a tired mind. Let it become a meeting. Let what I am speaking go down into the places where you have been running on empty, into the parts of you that have been quietly losing their grip on hope. I have something to say to those places, and what I say to them today is going to change how you walk forward from this hour. My beloved child, every road you have traveled, every season that shaped you, every detour you did not choose, every chapter you would not have written for yourself, has been moving within my sight. I have not lost track of you. I have not set you aside and forgotten to return. You have been before me all along, even in the moments when you were most certain you were invisible. You were never invisible. You have never been invisible. You did not arrive here by accident. Heaven called you here. And heaven calls you because something in your life is about to shift. Stay with me. There is more I need you to hear. My child, the noise of the world does not only live outside you, it takes up residence within you. The unresolved arguments, the old memories that replay without invitation, the fear that knows exactly when to speak. You have been listening to those voices for so long, they have begun to sound like reason. They have begun to sound like wisdom. But I tell you now, not every voice that speaks loudly is telling the truth, and not every voice that speaks quietly should be dismissed. I have been speaking quietly. I have been the still presence beneath the restlessness. I have been the peace that kept returning even when you expected it to give up on you. I have been steady in every season you have walked through, and I am steady now. My child, I want to teach you something about how I speak, because there is a lie you have absorbed from the world around you. A lie that says a voice must be loud to be trustworthy, that power must announce itself, that divine authority should rattle the room and leave no room for doubt. You have been waiting for a voice like thunder, but I often come like the light that enters a room before dawn fully arrives. Not dramatic, not loud, just present and growing. The prophet stood at the mountain. Before me there came wind violent enough to tear the rocks apart. There was shaking. There was fire. And after all of that passed, my voice came in a sound so still and gentle, it could only be heard by a heart that was genuinely listening. Not the wind, not the earthquake, not the fire, a gentle whisper. I was not absent from the storm, but I was not contained in it. I was in the whisper. My beloved child, I am not withholding the thunder because I lack authority. I come gently because I respect the soul I am speaking to. I do not need to overwhelm you to reach you. I do not need to shake the ground beneath your feet to prove I am near. The deepest room in you does not open to force. It opens to love. And love knows how to enter quietly. This is why I am asking you to slow down. Not as punishment, not as delay, but because the place where I meet you most deeply is not on the surface of a rushing life. It is in the still room beneath the movement, where your defenses come down, where the performance stops, where you no longer need to hold the shape of someone who is coping. That room is where I do my most real work. And that is where I am meeting you right now. There is something I want to show you. A quiet night long ago, and a young heart learning for the first time that heaven calls by name. The boy Samuel was resting in the temple. The lamp had not gone out. The house was still. And in that stillness, I called his name. I did not call him into a crowd. I did not begin in spectacle or noise. I came in the ordinary dark of a sleeping house when everything was quiet enough for a single name to matter. My child, that is often how I begin. In hidden places, when no one else is watching. When the soul is quiet enough to be interrupted by something that doesn't belong to the ordinary world. When Samuel heard my call, he did not understand it immediately. He ran to Eli thinking a human voice had spoken. He heard correctly, but his interpretation was still forming. And here is what I want you to see. I did not abandon him because he got it wrong the first time. I called again and again. Each time he rose, each time he returned confused, something in him was being drawn nearer to recognition. The call was not wasted just because it was not immediately understood. My beloved child, I have been calling you in ways you have not always recognized, through a quiet conviction that returned when you tried to silence it, through a door that closed and would not reopen no matter how hard you pressed against it, through a peace that stayed in you during a season that had no logical reason to produce peace, through a sense of longing, not for things, but for something more real than what the world had been offering you. That was my voice, not speaking in language, but speaking through your life. Do not be hard on yourself for the times you mistook my voice for something else. Samuel was in the temple, close to me, and he still needed 3 calls before he understood. A listening heart grows through the calling, not only at the point of recognition. There is something holy about becoming available before you know what will be required of you. Many only want to hear from me if the answer confirms what they already desire. Many say they want direction, but they resist the quiet place where direction is actually given. They want a voice that fits their schedule and their expectations. But I do not bend my voice to meet your expectations. I invite your heart to come and meet me where I already am. Samuel's simple response changed everything. Not because the sentence was impressive, "Speak, Lord, for I am listening," but because his heart became genuinely available. He was not performing. He was not pretending certainty he did not have. He was a young heart in the dark saying, "I am here, speak." That was enough. My child, that same availability is enough from you. You do not need to arrive at me with polished words or unwavering certainty or a faith that has never stumbled. You need only to become present. A whispered yes can open what years of striving could not. A sincere "here I am" can become the beginning of a new chapter in your life. The path that Samuel walked, the path of learning to hear, learning to trust, learning to carry the word that was given to him, began in one quiet night with one honest response. Your path forward is no different. It begins not with more effort, but with more surrender. It begins not with getting louder, but with becoming still enough to receive what I have already been speaking. My beloved child, peace is often the doorway through which clarity comes. When your heart is frantic, every option looks like danger. But when my peace enters, the path does not always become easier, yet it becomes clearer. You begin to sense what is aligned with my character. You begin to recognize the difference between holy conviction and tormenting accusation. You begin to understand which voice is mine. I am teaching you to hear me. I am teaching you to trust the quiet. I am teaching you to wait in stillness without calling it abandonment. This is not a small lesson. It is the foundation of everything else I want to build in your life. My child, now I need to speak to something you have been carrying alone. Something you have not fully put into words, not even to yourself, because putting it into words would make it more real than you have had the strength to face. But I see it. I have always seen it. You have lived inside a weight that most people around you did not recognize. Not because they were cruel, though some were, but because the heaviest burdens are often the invisible ones. The ones that do not show on the outside. The ones you learn to cover with a steady voice and a managed expression, and the practiced art of seeming fine when you were not fine at all. I watched you do it. Day after day, I watched you walk into rooms carrying more than anyone in those rooms understood. I watched you answer questions about how you were doing with words that were true enough to say, but not true enough to satisfy the deeper question. I watched you smile when your chest was tight. I watched you give when you were already empty. I watched you encourage others during seasons when you were quietly losing your own footing. My child, I am not telling you this to make you feel exposed. I am telling you because I want you to know. Nothing you were carrying was hidden from me. Not the weight of the nights when your thoughts would not quiet. Not the grief you carried for things you could not explain to anyone because you were not sure anyone would understand. Not the loneliness that sat beside you even in rooms full of people. Not the low, persistent ache of a life that felt like it was supposed to be something more than what it had become. I know how many mornings you woke already tired. Not tired from lack of sleep, but tired from the effort of holding everything together. The effort of managing fear, managing disappointment, managing the gap between the life you were living and the life your spirit knew was possible. That kind of tired goes all the way down. It is not fixed by a night of rest or a change of scenery. It is fixed only by what I am bringing to you now. And I want you to know something else. The battles you fought inside yourself, the ones no one saw, the ones that left no visible mark, those were real battles. They cost you something. The courage it took to keep moving when you felt like stopping. The strength it took to trust when trust had been broken. The hope it took to hold on when holding on felt like the least sensible thing you could do. None of that was small. Heaven witnessed it. And heaven does not witness things and forget them. Say, I receive, if you believe heaven has been watching over your life. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. My child, there were moments you came very close to giving up, not in a way that announced itself, but in a quiet, interior way. The slow withdrawal of hope, the gradual dimming of expectation, the almost imperceptible shrinking of what you allowed yourself to believe was possible for your life. You didn't tell anyone, but I felt it. I felt every small retreat, every quiet surrender, every moment your spirit said, perhaps this is all there is for me. And every time you reached that place, I stepped in, not always visibly, not always in a way you could point to and call miraculous. Sometimes it was as small as a breath of calm that came when the panic should have increased. Sometimes it was a word from someone who could not have known what you needed to hear, and yet somehow said it. Sometimes it was a moment of unexpected peace that had no logical explanation given everything that was happening around you. That was me, moving in the hidden places, refusing to let you fall past the point of return. You thought you kept going because of some resilience buried inside you, and you are not wrong. That resilience is real. But it was sustained by something more than your own reserves. I held you when your own strength ran out. I carried parts of your life that you did not know I was carrying. I walked into places in your story that you thought you were walking alone, and I walked them with you. Nothing you endured was watched from a distance. Not one moment of your breaking was observed without my presence beside you. I did not stand apart and simply record your suffering. I was in it with you. And because I was in it with you, it did not destroy you. It bent you in ways that cost you greatly, but it did not break you completely. And that was not luck. That was me. My child, you carried responsibilities that were too heavy for one heart. You carried pain from people who should have known better. You carried guilt over things that were never your fault, and shame over seasons you did not choose. All of it layered itself over your spirit until you could not fully remember what it felt like to move lightly through a day. And still, you kept showing up. Still, you kept trying. Still, you kept giving to others what you were struggling to give to yourself. I saw the courage in that. Not the loud, visible courage that the world celebrates, but the quiet, daily courage of someone who keeps choosing to live with integrity when it would be easier not to. That kind of courage matters to me. It does not go unseen in heaven, even when it goes unseen on earth. I am not done with your story. I have never been done with your story. And what I am preparing to do next in your life will make sense of much that you have been carrying, not because suffering is meant to be romanticized, but because nothing you have walked through has left my hands without being shaped into something that will serve you. The hardest chapters of your life are not the final word. They are the ground that something new is being built upon. My child, I need you to hear what I am about to say. Not with the surface of your mind, with the deep place within you that I have been drawing close throughout this moment. Because what I am about to declare over your life is not a comfort offered to make the present easier. It is a statement of what heaven has already decided. The season that has been wearing you down is over. Not eventually. Not when circumstances shift. Not when the right doors open or the right people arrive or the right amount of time has passed. Over. The long chapter that drained your strength, confused your direction, and made you question things you should never have had to question. That chapter has reached its appointed end. I am closing it myself. And what I close, nothing and no one on earth or beneath it can reopen. You may ask me, how can you say it is finished when I can still feel the weight of it? And I will answer you with truth. Things end in the unseen before they end in the felt. A season closes in heaven before the soul on earth is caught up to it. Freedom is declared in the spiritual world before it manifests fully in the physical one. You have already stepped out of what was holding you. Your spirit is ahead of your emotions right now. Your emotions are adjusting to a reality that heaven has already sealed. The moment I spoke these words, the grip of that season loosened. The moment I declared the shift, the darkness lost its authority over this chapter of your life. You are catching up to something heaven has already done. My child, no old battle will follow you into what I am opening next. What tried to destroy you in the season behind you has no access to the one I am stepping you into. The fear that chained your thinking, the confusion that clouded your purpose, the heaviness that sat on your chest in the night, none of it has been given permission to cross into your new beginning. I have put a wall between your yesterday and your tomorrow, a wall built not by your effort, but by my word. And my word stands. The relationships that drained you will not enter. The cycles that left you exhausted will not repeat. The voices that lied to you about your worth, your future, your place in this world, those voices have been cut off from you. Not every ending you experienced was a loss. Some of what fell away was removed precisely because it could not have traveled with you where I am taking you. I was clearing the road before you knew the road was changing. There were things you mourned that I removed on purpose. Opportunities that died, doors that shut, paths that closed even when you pushed against them with everything you had. You stood before those closures in grief and in confusion. You asked me why. You asked why the thing you worked toward or prayed for or invested in would not remain. And I am telling you now, those endings were not failures. They were directions. I was not withholding good from you. I was protecting you from what would have kept you from the better thing I had already prepared. My beloved child, a pruned branch does not look blessed. It looks cut. It looks set back. It looks like loss. But pruning is not punishment. It is preparation for a fruit that the unpruned branch could not have carried. You have been pruned, and now you will bear what you could not have borne before. The enemy tried to make you read those endings as rejection. He tried to make you interpret my redirections as evidence that you were not wanted, not worthy, not chosen. He fed you the lie that the closed doors were confirmation of your worst fears about yourself. But not one of those closed doors was rejection from me. Every one of them was protection. I saw what was on the other side that you did not see, and I loved you enough to say no, even when you were asking with everything in you. My child, this is what I need you to carry forward. I am not a God who ignores the details of your life. I am not distant and indifferent to what happens in your days. I am present in the specific moments, in the specific doors, in the specific relationships and seasons and choices that have shaped where you stand today. Nothing was random. Nothing was left to chance. And none of it, not even the most painful part of it, happened outside of my awareness or beyond the reach of my redemption. The old season is finished. Your spirit knows it, even if your mind is still adjusting. Something has already shifted. The ground beneath you is not the same ground it was before this moment began. You are standing right now at the beginning of something new. And the new thing I build in your life will not resemble the ruins of what the old season left behind. It will be built on foundations the old season could not shake, because I am the one laying them. My beloved child, when heaven decides something concerning a life, earth moves to align with that decision. That is not a metaphor. That is how my authority works. I did not create you and then step back from the details. I am actively present in the story of your life, and I am active in this moment. I am declaring an end to what has been holding you, and I am declaring a beginning to what I have been preparing for you. You walked through a long night, but the night has an end. The morning I am releasing into your life is not the fragile kind that fades when the next difficulty arrives. It is a morning that changes the quality of everything that follows. It is a morning built on the truth of what I have declared over you, and that truth does not change with the weather of circumstances. Walk forward from this moment differently. Walk forward knowing that the chapter behind you has been closed by my hand. Walk forward knowing that what you are stepping into was not assembled in a hurry. I have been preparing this for longer than you have been waiting for it. And it is ready, and you are ready, even if readiness does not feel the way you thought it would. My child, I want to lift something for you now, something that will change the way you understand the battles you have walked through, because you have been carrying a story about those battles that is not fully true, and a false story about your suffering shapes how you see yourself, how you see the future, and how much you allow yourself to hope. The truth is this: you were not attacked because you were weak. You were attacked because you carry something that darkness feared. Let that settle for a moment. The pressure that came against your mind, the thoughts that told you that you were not enough, that tried to convince you to quit, that planted fear in places where I had planted purpose. That was not random. The waves of confusion that rose at the exact moments you were beginning to make progress, the sudden storms that broke out right when something good was forming in your life. Those were not coincidences. The timing of your hardest seasons was deliberate. and the deliberateness was not from me. It was from the one who saw what I placed in you and wanted to stop it before it could rise. The enemy is not stupid, my child. He does not waste energy on lives that have no impact. He does not fight what poses no threat. He targets what carries real potential and real light. And he targeted you. He saw the calling on your life before you fully understood it. He saw the person you were becoming through the refining of those difficult seasons. He saw the strength that was forming in you. He saw the wisdom that was developing in the places that hurt the most. He saw the compassion that was growing because you had walked through your own darkness and survived it. And all of that frightened him, because someone with your story, who has been through what you have been through, and still believes, still reaches for hope, still refuses to become hard, that person carries a dangerous kind of light. You thought you were barely surviving those seasons. You thought you were failing because the weight never seemed to lift fast enough, because the answers did not come when you asked for them, because the battles went on longer than you thought you could endure. But I tell you now, you were not failing. You were overcoming. And the enemy fought you hardest in those moments because he knew how close you were to breaking through to the place he never wanted you to reach. My child, in your most difficult seasons, heaven was fighting for you in ways you could not see. When fear pressed against your mind in the night, something held the line. When hopelessness tried to take root in your spirit, something in you remained that would not let it fully settle. When the darkness tried to convince you that your story was over, something kept you reaching. That was not only your will, that was my hand. Angels moved on your behalf. Paths of destruction were blocked before they reached you. Moments that were aimed at your breaking were redirected. You walked through some seasons without knowing how many things were being held back from you that were meant to do far more damage. You did not fall because heaven refused to let you fall. You thought it was your own endurance, and your endurance was real. But beneath it, sustaining it, was my protection. You were covered in seasons you did not know you were covered. Declare, I am chosen, if this truth is reaching a place in you that needed it. My beloved child, the attacks came against your mind. Thoughts that questioned your identity, your worth, your right to hope. The enemy knows that a person who does not know who they are is a person who cannot fully walk in what they were created for. So he aimed at the root. He aimed at your sense of self. He tried to make you forget who you are by burying the truth of it under enough pain, enough disappointment, enough silence, that the truth became hard to feel, even if you still believed it. But identity is not determined by how clearly you can feel it. Your identity was set by me, and what I set does not dissolve, because life became difficult. You are still who I said you are. Every season of confusion, every chapter of pain, every voice that tried to name you by your losses and your failures, none of it changed the name I placed on you. You are mine. That has not shifted, not 1 degree. The attacks also came against your relationships. People who should have been safe became sources of wounding. Trust was broken in places where trust should have been protected. Community failed you in moments when community was most needed, and I know how much that cost you. I know how the wounds from people who were supposed to love you well go deeper than wounds from strangers. I know how they change the way you approach trust after the fact. But hear me on this. I have not left your relational life in ruins. The relationships that were removed from you, whether by betrayal or simply by the natural ending of seasons, Those removals were not the final word on what is possible for you in love and in friendship and in belonging. I am building something new in that area of your life too. What I am bringing to you will not replicate the pain of what you lost. It will be built on different ground, steadier ground, ground I have prepared. Every attack that came against you missed its ultimate target. You are still here. You are still standing. You are still believing. And the life I have called you toward is not only still possible, it is now more possible because of what you have walked through and survived. My child, I want to take you somewhere now, into a place most people resist going because it requires looking at your story differently than pain has trained you to look at it. I want to show you the underside of the things you thought were losses. I want to show you what my hand was doing in the seasons that felt like silence. You have prayed prayers that were not answered the way you asked. You know this. There were specific requests, specific pleas, specific moments when you laid something before me and waited, and the answer that came back was not the one you needed it to be. And you interpreted those moments as evidence of one thing, that I was not listening, or that I was listening but did not care enough to act, or that something in you made you unworthy of the answer you were asking for. All of those interpretations were wrong. I want to correct them now. When I did not answer a prayer the way you asked, it was not because I was absent. It was because I was active, but in a different direction than the one you were pointing. My silence was not indifference. My silence was strategy. My no was not rejection. My no was protection. There were relationships you wanted to keep that I allowed to end. You prayed for them to be restored. You believed with real faith that things could change. And they did not change, not in the way you prayed. And you grieved that. You may still grieve it. But my child, if you could have seen what I saw, you would have wept with relief that those things ended. You were asking me to preserve something that would have cost you more than you could afford to spend. You were asking from the place of what you knew. I was deciding from the place of what I saw. And what I saw required a no. Those closed doors were not evidence of my distance. They were evidence of my nearness. I was close enough to your story to see what you could not see. I was active enough in your life to move things before they could reach you. The loss you felt was real. The pain of it was real. But the loss itself was a rescue, even when it did not feel like one. My beloved child, there were opportunities you tried to force into existence that would have led you down a path that narrowed rather than widened. You would have given years to something that would have ended in exhaustion and emptiness. You would have invested deeply in a direction that was not aligned with what I had placed in you. You would have settled, not because you lacked ambition, but because you did not yet know how to trust what I was doing in the delay. So, I closed those doors. Not to frustrate you, to free you from a smaller version of your life. And the delays, the seasons when forward motion seemed impossible, when you could not understand why things that should have moved were standing still. Those delays were not negligence on my part. I was working on layers you could not see. I was shifting people. I was moving timing into place. I was preparing you in ways that required more than you thought you needed. I was aligning the destination with the person you were still becoming. You could not step into what I had prepared until you had become what that place required. The delay was never about what you lacked. It was about what was still being completed in you and around you. My child, the unanswered prayers were not unanswered. They were answered differently. They were answered with a wisdom that will only become fully clear to you from a distance. There will come a moment, and some of you have already had glimpses of it, when you look back and understand why certain things did not go the way you planned. When you see how the no that broke your heart at the time was actually the hinge on which your story turned. When you recognize that the path you were trying to force would have taken you away from the life I was bringing you toward. I was not withholding from you when I redirected you. I was preparing you. I was not silent because I did not care. I was silent in the way a surgeon is silent, focused, intentional, working on what needs to be done, rather than narrating every step. My silence in those seasons was active, not passive. I was present. I was working. I was fighting for your future in rooms you did not even know existed. My beloved child, every single thing in your story, the answered prayers and the redirected ones, the open doors and the closed ones, the seasons of abundance and the seasons of waiting, all of it has been within my sight. All of it has been held in my hands. Nothing fell through a gap. Nothing was lost to chance. Nothing in your life was left outside the reach of my purpose. So let the grief you carried over the closed doors begin to release. Let the anger you felt toward the endings that seemed cruel begin to soften into trust. Not because what happened was not painful. It was. But because the one who allowed it was not distant and careless. The one who allowed it was present and purposeful. And the purpose was always your good, always your protection, always the fuller life I have been building toward you. You are not a person who has been abandoned and redirected carelessly. You are a person who has been led, carefully, intentionally, with a love that did not flinch even when it had to say no to what you were asking for, in order to say yes to what I had already prepared. My child, this is where it all turns. This is the moment where what was behind you stops defining what is ahead of you. This is the crossing point, not a future one, not one that requires more time or more proving or more waiting. But this one, right here, in the breath you are drawing right now as these words settle into you. I am restoring you, not to the version of yourself that existed before the hard seasons. That person did not yet carry the depth you carry now. I am restoring you to the fullness of what I always intended you to be. The clarity you lost, I am giving it back. The confidence that was eroded by years of fighting battles you did not ask for, I am rebuilding it on ground that will not shift. The peace that was taken from you piece by piece, through disappointment and loss and the slow wearing down of hope, I am returning it, not in small amounts, but in a measure that matches what you surrendered. Joy is coming to you. And I do not mean a surface brightness that disappears when life applies pressure. I mean a deep-rooted joy that coexists with the hard things without being canceled by them. The kind that was in the psalm writer when he said, "You have turned my mourning into dancing." That kind. A joy that has passed through the fire and emerged something that fire cannot touch. Rest is coming to you. Not just the physical rest of a body that has been running too long, but the soul rest that comes when you finally stop carrying what was never yours to carry. When you set down the weight of outcomes you cannot control, the approval of people who were never meant to define you, the pressure of a timeline that was never in your hands to manage. When you let those things go, and I am helping you let them go, a rest enters your life that is entirely different from sleep. It is the rest of a soul that has found its ground again. Your sense of who you are is coming back to you. The long seasons of questioning your worth, your purpose, your place in this world. Those seasons are behind you now. What I say about you is not canceled by what those seasons said about you. You are not defined by the moments when you were most confused, most afraid, most alone. You are defined by the word I placed over you before the storm, and that word has not changed. The ones you love, those you carry in prayer, the people whose names live in the deepest places of your heart, I see them too. What I am doing in you is not sealed off from them. The peace that enters your life has a way of moving outward. The restoration that begins in one heart rarely stays contained to that one heart. What I give you will travel. It will reach them in ways neither you nor they will fully understand. Trust me with them the way you are learning to trust me with yourself. My beloved child, the life I am opening in front of you is not a replica of what you lost. It is not a patched-together version of your old hopes rearranged to feel new. It is something I have been constructing since long before you reached the end of your own strength and had to stop trying to build it yourself. I know exactly what this life is meant to hold. I know exactly who it is meant to reach. I know exactly what your spirit is built to carry and what will bring you alive in a way that no amount of striving ever could. You do not have to engineer it. You do not have to force it into existence. You do not have to figure out every step before you take the first one. You only have to walk with me, close enough to hear me, open enough to follow when I lead, trusting enough to rest in the steps you cannot yet see. That is all. That has always been all. My child, you have endured a long night, but here is what I need you to know as you step forward from this moment. You did not survive those seasons merely to return to ordinary living. You survived them to step into something your spirit has always known was possible. The ache you felt for more than what you had been living. That ache was not restlessness. That ache was accurate. It was pointing toward the life I was keeping for you while the storm was doing what storms do. The storm is finished. The life is here. And so am I, right beside you as you take the first steps into it. My child, you may feel the unfamiliarity of a life no longer defined by struggle. Peace can feel strange to a soul that has lived so long inside difficulty. Let that strangeness settle. This is what it feels like when the weight finally lifts. You do not have to earn your way into what I am giving you. Simply open your hands and receive. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you are stepping forward into the new season I have opened for you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My words are not reaching you by accident. I speak into your spirit at this exact hour because I know you are ready to hear. This moment carries my design on it. You have waited with a hopeful heart and quiet requests, and the season I set aside for you has now arrived. I have heard what you never said out loud. I've watched the part of your struggle that no one else was allowed to see. Out of all who could have received this word, I chose to bring it to you. As these words settle in, a steadiness will begin to spread through you. The restlessness will loosen its hold. That quiet certainty rising in your chest is my presence. It is a clear sign of the bond between us in this very hour. You may be asking why it would be you, or whether you have earned the right to stand here. Let me answer plainly. My love for you has never shifted, not once, not even in the years you would rather not talk about. I saw every battle you fought without a witness. I saw the hours you kept going when no one asked how you were holding up. Today I step directly into your road, and I bring my strength with me. I have come to show you that I am still doing remarkable things, and that you are not standing outside of them. Do not let doubt cloud what I am bringing forward. This turning point is not a wish you are holding. It is your reality, beginning now. Keep your heart open. Stay near me. Watch what I have purposed for you begin to take shape in front of you. Your season of waiting has closed. The hour I appointed has opened. You are going to see my true nature revealed in ways far larger than the picture you have been carrying. I have always been with you, walking beside you, standing at the edge of every room you thought you entered alone. And I am here now, exactly where your feet are planted. What is moving toward your life is bigger than your mind can hold at this moment. The stretches that felt like nothing was happening were not empty. I was at work in them. I was building something in you that does not crack under pressure. The doors that stayed shut were not my rejection of you. They were my hand across your path. If you could see what waited on the other side of some of them, you would give thanks for every one that would not open. What I have for you is stronger. It is safer. It holds more. And now the hour has come. Do not be surprised by the calm you may feel today, a stillness that is hard to put into words. Do not question the quiet that is settling over your spirit. That is me. I am close around you at this moment. The weight you have carried for so long is beginning to lift. Things that were fastened to you are coming loose while you listen. Fear is losing its grip. Doubt is thinning out. You are stepping into something sacred that I set in motion long before you had any awareness of it. I have spoken quiet truths into you many times, even when you believed they were only your own thoughts. That was me. My voice never stopped. You simply grew used to the noise and stopped separating one sound from another. But my love never paused, and my leading never wavered. Listen carefully now. This hour is holy. Do not rush through it. Do not announce everything to everyone yet. Some sacred matters are best kept in stillness until their proper season. Let me finish what I have started before you begin to speak of it. Let this work take root in quiet ground. I am not passing through your life. I am staying. I am not handing you one favor and stepping back. I am bringing deep change. I am rearranging what needed rearranging, clearing roads, turning your direction. Later you will look back and know that no one else could have done it. Perhaps you have felt small, overlooked, set aside, but I watched your spirit grow in those quiet years. You were kept back because what is coming asks for a steady core, and I let that firmness form in you first. Others may not understand what it costs you just to keep going. They did not see the road. I did. And I honor how you stayed on it. Hear this clearly. What I am bringing will ask for your full trust. It will ask for quiet thought. Not everyone around you will celebrate what I am about to do. Not everyone will understand it. That is acceptable. You are not walking this road for the approval of people. You are walking it with me. You may still feel unsure. You may be wondering whether this truly points at you. My answer is simple. Yes, it does. This is your appointed hour. This is your turning point. The long season of barely getting by is closing behind you, and a season of favor is opening in front of you. New openings are showing themselves. Answers are becoming clear. Help is being provided, and nothing can hold it back. Not your past, not your mistakes. I have spoken it, and what I speak always stands. Your part now is to guard the peace inside you. Stay in conversation with me. Keep your heart ready and your spirit quiet. Let me finish this work. Do not run ahead of it. Do not try to force what I am showing you into being. This is not something you have to chase down. It is something I am carrying to you. You have hauled weights that were never assigned to you. You have kept a steady face on so that others would not worry. But I see the real thing underneath, my beloved, and I value it far above the performance. I am not asking you to be flawless. I am asking you to be honest. Come to me exactly as you are and let me handle everything else. I am not disappointed in you. I am pleased with you, with your steady faith, with your effort in the years when giving up would have been easier. If you believe me, say your amen now. Now let me speak to the fear you have not put into words. The fear that this is one more hope that will thin out and disappear. The fear that if you let yourself believe again, you will be standing in the same disappointment by the end of the month. I know that argument well. I have watched it run through you. But this season is not built like the ones behind you. I am directly involved in it. Your expectation is not foolish. You are leaning on the one who does not fail, and what I have promised is already in motion. There is something I want you to release, and I am asking for it now. Release the idea that good things arrive only so they can be taken back. That is not how I deal with you. I do not hand you something with one hand and reach for it with the other. What I give gladly, because you are mine. Let your heart open all the way again. I know you have kept parts of it closed to keep from being hurt twice. You have real reasons. But I am not entering your life to add to the pile. I am here to make you whole. Let go of the bitterness, including the kind you keep hidden and well managed. Release the quiet resentment toward the ones who wounded you and never came back to make it right. Hand those names to me. I will deal with what needs dealing with. You stay free. Bitterness is a locked door on the inside of your own house. I'm not asking you to pretend nothing happened. I'm asking you to put the memory in my keeping so it stops taking rent from your spirit. You will be surprised by how much room this makes. Your breathing will come easier. You will laugh again. Not because every circumstance turned perfect, but because you finally let me restore what was worn down. Something is coming back to you that hardship tried to dim. A steadiness, a settled kind of gladness that does not rise and fall with the news of the day. It has already started. Even now, my presence is resting on you gently. And if you notice a warmth or a quiet loosening in your chest, that is my spirit confirming that I am near. Now let me answer the question you have asked me more than any other. How much longer? There were stretches when nothing appeared to move at all, and you began to wonder if I had stopped listening. Understand this. My timing is not set by what you want soonest. It is set by what will actually hold. I have been working on things you could not see. What looked like a full stop was my hand across the road. What felt like silence was my hand at work in rooms you had no way to enter. Every quiet request reached me. Not one has been misplaced. I have been nearer than you understood, holding your path steady, making certain that when the hour came, the pieces would meet the way they were meant to. And now let me answer the other fear, that you have missed your chance, that your mistakes stacked too high, that my commitment to you finally wore thin. Hear this without arguing. Nothing you have done has reduced my love for you. I do not withdraw what I have promised. My purpose for you has not moved an inch. You stumbled, I stayed. Drop the belief that you must get everything right before my kindness can reach you. That is not the arrangement. What I give reveals who I am. It is not a payment for a flawless record. You have held yourself to standards I never set for you. You decided you had to be spotless before I would act. But I act out of love for you, not out of an accounting of your performance. What I want from you is an open heart, and whatever trust you have, even if it is small. You do not need enormous belief to see great things. You need honest belief. The kind that says, I do not understand all of this, but I am placing my confidence in you anyway. That kind of trust moves what looked immovable, and you have more of it than you give yourself credit for. Your refusal to quit when you were exhausted was faith. Your choice to be kind while you were hurting was faith. The fact that you are still here, still listening for my voice, is the proof. One more thing I want lifted off you. Stop measuring your road against someone else's. Do not look at what I am doing in another life and let it make you question what I am doing in yours. Their road is not your road. I am telling a particular story with your life, shaped for you alone. You are not slow. You are not behind. You are standing exactly where you need to be for the next step I intend to take. Hold on to that, my precious child, and trust me once more. There is something else you should know about the years that felt so heavy. Some of that weight did not come from your circumstances at all. There was opposition working against you, and it was not imagined. The closed roads, the requests that seemed to go unanswered, the strange way progress kept slipping just out of reach. Not all of that was ordinary life. Some of it was arranged. There were those who did not want you to arrive at this hour, because they understood what I placed inside you. They saw the calling before you did. That is why the resistance came so hard and so often, aimed at the exact places where you were most tired. But it did not work. You are still standing, and that alone tells you how close I have been. Say your amen aloud if your heart agrees. I held you in the heat of the forge, and I want you to understand what was happening there. The heavy strikes were not aimed at breaking you. They were shaping an edge that holds under pressure. Metal that has never been worked bends the first time it meets resistance. You do not bend like that anymore. I was not standing at a distance during those years. I was at the anvil. I was making you ready to carry the weight of what I am now placing in your hands. While everything around you was loud, a steady current was moving underneath, and it carried you to this shore. I have set something like iron in the center of your chest. It is a foundation that will not split when the demands of your calling begin. You felt the friction. You have the marks. But the reservoir is unsealing now, and my strength is moving, and you will not be swept away by it. There is a step I am asking of you here, and I ask it plainly, because trust that stays inside the mind has not yet become trust. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me return to what I am doing in you. The work of the forge is finished, and the season of simply enduring has ended. You are a tool of iron in my hand, and iron in my hand is not decoration. It is for building. There is something in front of you that will require every bit of what those years put into you. Stay alert with your spirit awake. Notice what I begin to bring together around you. Watch as I line up conversations, connections, and openings. Some of them will look small at first, so small that you might dismiss them. Do not. Those are the first steps of something much larger. Do not rush and do not grow anxious. What I am building in your life is meant to last. It is not fragile, and it is not temporary. This is a change that reaches down to the roots of who you are. You are not simply going to feel better. You are going to be renewed from the inside out. I want to speak now about something that has troubled you for a long time, and about people whose names you would rather not say. You have sensed for a while that something was not right. Someone smiled at you and something in you tightened, and you had no proof. So you told yourself you were imagining it. You were not imagining it. Your spirit was picking up what your eyes could not confirm. There has been harm arranged against you in quiet, and I have kept a full record of it. Nothing done behind your back escaped my attention. I'm not telling you this to fill you with suspicion. I am telling you because the season of not knowing is over. What was hidden is coming into the open, and it will not come out by your investigation. It will come out because I am bringing it out. Watch how it happens. People will begin to show you who they are without meaning to. Conversations will turn and reveal more than the speaker intended. Old arrangements will not hold. Your own discernment will sharpen until you can feel the difference between someone who brings peace and someone who brings noise, dressed up as concern. That is not fear operating in you. That is understanding, and it is the gift that comes out of what you went through. You paid a price for it, and now you will use it well. There is a particular ache in learning that someone close to you was working against you. It is not only the loss of a person. It is the loss of the version of your life you thought you were living. I know that ache, and I am not asking you to move past it before you have felt it. But do not build a house there. The revealing is not the end of the story. It is the clearing of the ground. Once the false thing is named, the space it occupied belongs to you again, and I intend to fill it with something real. Do not go looking for a fight. Do not spend your strength trying to explain yourself to those who have already decided against you. Do not argue your case in the street. When I step in, you step back. Let me answer what your own heart could never answer well. You are not called to get even. You are called to walk free. My concern is not their punishment. My concern is your safety, and your safety is settled. No weapon shaped against you will finish its work, whether it comes at your provision, your peace, or your household. I want you to hear something else because it matters. What came against you did not come because you were weak. It came because you were carrying something worth stopping. The strong thing draws the attack, not the small thing. They recognized what I placed in you before you recognized it yourself. That is the whole reason for the pressure. It did not come from your failure. It came from your worth, and it did not accomplish what it set out to do. You are standing here. That is the answer to every accusation ever whispered about you. You are standing, and I am the reason, and what I have begun in you no one will undo. Let me tell you what to expect in the days directly ahead, because I do not want you caught off guard by your own answered prayers. Some people are going to move away from your life, and it will happen without an argument. The calls will slow. The invitations will thin. Do not chase after any of it. That is not rejection. That is the air around your life being cleared so that something else can grow in it. Trust the quiet that follows. It is not emptiness. It is room. And I will fill it with people you will recognize by the peace they carry, rather than by how loudly they promise things. You have had enough of loud promises. What comes next will be steadier and far less impressive at first glance, and it will hold. Now hear me carefully, because this next part is where many stumble. Someone who caused you real harm may come back. There will be an apology, or something shaped like one. There will be an explanation, a story about how they were lost at the time, a reminder of how much history you share. Not every apology is repentance. Some are simply a hand on the door to keep it from closing. Be slow to open. Be quick to notice. Your peace is no longer available for the taking. I am not asking you to be cold. I am asking you to be wise. You can wish someone well from a distance and still keep the gate shut. Kindness has never required you to hand over your rest a second time. Do not rebuild what I have taken apart. If I ended something, I ended it on purpose, and putting the pieces back together will only cost you the ground you have gained. Let it go where it is going. Remember Joseph, whom I loved. His own brothers sold him and told his father a lie to cover it, and for years the record showed only their version of events. He went down into a pit, then into a house that was not his, then into a prison for something he did not do. Not one of those places looked like favor from the outside, but I was not absent from any of them. I was setting him in position, and I was letting the true character of every person around him come into the open in its own time. When the famine came, the brothers who sold him stood in front of him asking for bread, and he was the one holding it. I did not require him to take revenge. I did not need him to argue his case or prove what had been done to him. The years spoke for him. His life became the evidence, and their own words condemned them without his help. That is how I work, and I have not changed my methods. What was done to you in the dark will be answered in the open, and you will not have to lift your hand to make it happen. You are not the same one who used to plead to be loved. The part of you that made room for disrespect and called it patience is gone. You are not the one who stays quiet so that everyone else stays comfortable. That season is behind you. Now I want to speak to your thoughts, because that is where the next fight will be, if there is one at all. There are thoughts that rise in you that did not begin with you. Ideas that press in and stay after you have tried to set them down. They tell you that you are less than you are, that this will not last, that you should not have hoped. They are not yours, and you do not have to keep them. There is a real difference between noticing a thought as it goes by and giving it a chair by the fire. Many take in ideas they should have turned away at the door. The part of you that is joined to me cannot sit peacefully with thoughts that cut down your worth. So take part in this deliberately. When a thought arrives that brings dismay, hold it up against the truth of who I am. When guilt returns for something already settled between us, say plainly that your peace is secure with me. When hardship reaches for your throat, call for my nearness, and I will come close. Let go of the belief that some thoughts are simply unavoidable, that you are stuck with a certain kind of mind. That is not true. When you take up this work with understanding and reliance on me, you will find your quiet coming back. And understand my aim in it. I'm not only clearing burdens out of your thinking. I intend to make my dwelling in the exact place those burdens used to sit. Where I live, there is freedom. The part of you that is set loose does not only get quiet, it gets ready for what I have prepared. You are not promised a life without difficulty. Hold that steady so no one can shake you with it later. I never told you the road would be smooth. I told you I would be on it with you, and I have kept that word in every hard season you have survived. The peace I give does not depend on your troubles disappearing. It comes from my presence in the middle of them. That kind of stillness does not rise and fall with the weather. It holds as long as your attention holds. Where you fix your attention changes everything. A spirit that chooses to rest on me, even in a situation that makes no sense, does not get knocked over easily. When your mind takes hold of the truth of who I am, whatever is trying to unsettle you loses its grip. The one who opposes you knows this. That is why the attack is aimed at your feelings rather than your circumstances. He raises questions. He points at possible disasters. He stirs the water so you cannot see the bottom. But as you learn to keep your spirit turned toward me, no wave of feeling can steer you. Your strength deepens each time you choose to trust while the road is still unclear. That is not a mood. It is a decision, made again and again in small moments no one else sees. Honoring me is not a feeling that arrives on good mornings. It is a choice made inside your spirit, and when you make it, the things holding you captive begin to lose their claim. This firmness is built in ordinary days. Connect yourself to the truth of my presence daily, not to gather information but to feed your spirit. Say out loud what is true about me. Let your inner life be a place where you remember who I am rather than a room where you rehearse old wounds. When sorrow comes, let your voice give thanks anyway. When you are unsure, bring the question to me instead of turning it over alone at night. On the days when your feelings are too much to carry, stop everything and rest your heart with me. You do not need to understand every part of this to trust me. You only need to keep turning toward my voice. Your strength will not lift you out of your life. It will hold you steady as you move through it. When your thoughts are set on me, even the hard hours become places where something in you is set free. That quiet inside you also makes you able to see. It clears the air enough for you to recognize the gentle understanding I send, which reaches only those who are not weighed down by constant doubt. My way of seeing goes far past what makes sense to you. When I speak, my aim is not only to hand you instructions, it is to change how you look at everything. Human thinking holds tightly to what it already knows. My leading does not. I loosen old patterns. I soften beliefs that have hardened into walls. I lead you down roads you had written off as impossible, not to confuse you, but to grow you. There will be times when I ask you to do something that looks wrong from where you stand and is right from where I stand. I will ask you to release what someone did to you. I will ask you to be gentle with those who walked away. I will ask you to begin again in a place where beginning looks pointless. What matters is not that you understand every step at the moment I ask. What matters is that you take it. In daily terms, this means you stop resisting the change I am working in you. It means saying, I do not fully grasp this, but I will move the way you are showing me. It means letting go of thoughts and habits that keep your spirit small. I am inviting you into a closeness with me deeper than anything you have known. That deeper connection begins the moment you set down your own vantage point and take up mine. Only in that yielding does your thinking gain real wisdom, because it stops leaning on limited human reasoning and starts to echo the truth of who I am. When your thoughts line up with my leading, my presence becomes unmistakable. There's no room left for the endless questioning that has worn you out. When your thinking agrees with my purpose, the second guessing that has drained you finally quiets down. Now let me speak about your household and the ordinary parts of your life, because I am not only concerned with your inner world. I care about the atmosphere in the place where you sleep. I care about whether the weight of provision keeps you awake. I care about the ones you carry in prayer, the people whose names you say to me when you cannot say them to anyone else. Peace is returning to your dwelling. Not the kind that comes from everything going right, but the kind that settles in and stays even while things are being sorted out. You will notice it first in small ways. A morning that does not begin with dread. An evening where your shoulders come down. Provision is being directed toward you. Doors that were closed for a long stretch are being opened. And the strange thing is that you will not have to force any of them. Some will simply be standing open when you arrive, and you will know that no effort of yours accounts for it. Someone is going to come back into your life carrying something you needed. A word that closes a painful chapter. An answer you stopped expecting. Help from a direction you were not watching. Do not be surprised when it comes without warning. That is how I have often worked. The help arrives from the side you were not defending, from the person you would not have chosen, in the week you had already written off. And I am going to restore what you thought was gone for good. Years you counted as wasted. Opportunities you believed had passed you by. I am able to give back time in ways that make no sense on paper and hold up completely in a life. I will turn your sorrow into gladness. I will fill the empty places in your journey with more than enough. My word on this does not waver, and I do not overstate what I intend to do. You may begin to feel a lightness you cannot explain, old heaviness lifting off without a clear reason. That is not your imagination. That is what happens when something that had a hold on you is made to let go. There is one more thing I want settled between us before we go further. You have wondered in the hardest stretches whether any of it counted. Whether the effort you made in private, the choices no one applauded, the times you did the right thing and got nothing back, added up to anything at all. They counted. Every one of them is on my record, and my record is the one that decides outcomes. Nothing you did in faithfulness has been lost, misplaced, or overlooked, and I am not a poor keeper of what is entrusted to me. You will see the return on it. Not as a wage handed over grudgingly, but as a father who has been waiting for the right moment to hand his child what he has been holding. Let me speak once more to your part in this. Protect what I am building. Be careful whose voices you allow to guide you in this season. Not every word spoken over you comes from me. Some people mean well and still hand you fear. When I speak, you will know it. My leading brings settledness, not confusion. My direction brings stillness, not panic. So if something makes you feel rushed or uneasy or ashamed, stop and bring it to me. I will confirm the right way. I will not leave you guessing. And do not tell everyone everything yet. Some of what I am doing is still taking root, and roots do best in the dark. There will be a right time to speak, and I will make it clear when it comes. Hold your ground while it takes shape. What I begin, I finish. If you believe what I have spoken, let your amen rise now. I want you to understand what this hour is really offering you, because it is larger than a single answered request. This is not one moment of favor handed down and then withdrawn. It is a different way of living alongside me. I am not simply giving you something. I am inviting you into a nearness you have not had before. And that is where the real abundance is. I want to walk with you through the whole of your days, not only appear when the ground gives way beneath you. Too often you have come looking for me only in the hard weeks. But I want your ordinary afternoons as well. When your heart is settled and your hands are still, I still want to be near. My desire is to be glad alongside you, not only to pull you out of trouble. Let your life show what I am like. Let the way you carry yourself be an argument that I am good. There is a wideness to what is coming. More stillness, more understanding, more gladness, more of my nearness, which is the part you will value most once you have tasted it. Now consider what is happening beneath the surface of your life at this moment. Old weights are being lifted. Things built to wear down your spirit are coming apart. What stood against you has been brought into the light, and once something is in the light, restoration follows as naturally as morning follows the dark. You are stepping into a season of renewal, not a patched-up version of the life you had, but a life reset at its foundation. Hear me on this. What is coming to you is not only for you, it will make a road for others. People will see the difference in you and want to know where it came from. Some will ask directly. Some will only watch. Either way, your changed life will speak, and you will be able to say plainly that I did it. So stand firm even while the difficulty is still visible. Stand firm even on the mornings when nothing outward has shifted yet. What I have begun is already moving toward you, and every hour brings it closer. Let me address something delicate now, about how you have handled all of this alone. You learned to manage. You learned to answer that you were fine. You learned to carry your own weight so that no one had to ask twice. That skill kept you alive in a hard season, and I am not going to shame you for it. But that season has closed, and the skill has become a wall. You do not have to hold everything anymore. Set it down in front of me. I am able to handle every question, every worry, every unresolved thing you have been turning over. When your grip loosens, you finally leave room for me to work all the way through. This is what I have been waiting for. Not more effort from you. Your surrender. You have asked me for direction, wanting to know what step to take. Here is my answer. Stay near me. Do not pull back when the quiet comes. Do not doubt me when the timeline runs longer than you planned for. I keep working in the silence, and the silence is not absence. I have never asked for a flawless record from you. I have asked for your whole trust, and there is a difference between the two that most people never learn. Lean on me completely in this moment, and I will do what no one else could do in your situation. You have carried a suspicion somewhere underneath that you were being punished, that something about you drew all of this. Let me put that down for good. You were not cursed. You were chosen, and those two things can look similar from the inside when you are tired. Being chosen does not exempt you from difficulty. It never has. Look at those I called throughout the ages, and you will not find easy lives. You will find people who were carried through impossible ground and came out with something worth handing on. That is your line, my precious child. That is the company you belong to, not the fortunate, the carried. And when you look back on this stretch of road later, you will not remember it primarily as the years you suffered. You will remember it as the years I proved myself to you. Those are not the same story, though they are made of the same days. So let your spirit rest now. You have held the weight too long, and you have tried to be strong past the point where strength was even the right thing to bring. Now is your hour to receive, to breathe, to walk again, and this time without looking over your shoulder. I am not a visitor here. I am with you in every step, every decision, every conversation ahead. And the next time you feel lost, remember this hour. Remember that I broke into your ordinary day to speak to you directly. Remember that I told you the truth about what was working against you, and then told you it had already failed. Your story is not merely being rewritten, my beloved. It is being raised up. And what you are hearing now is only the opening of it. There's one more thing I want you to hold on to, and then I will tell you what is directly ahead. You are not required to have the whole picture before you take the next step. You never have been. The road opens as you walk it, and it has always opened, even in the years when you could not see 3 days out. Look at what is behind you honestly. You did not have the answers then either, and yet here you are, still standing, still listening, with more strength in you than the version of yourself who started out. That is not luck, and it was not your own doing alone. So take the next step without demanding the full map first. I've not brought you this far to leave you standing at the edge of it. Here is what lies directly in front of you. In the days just ahead, watch for confirmation. It will not always arrive the way you expect. It may come as a dream that stays with you long after you wake, carrying a clarity that dreams do not usually have. It may come as a word from someone who had no way of knowing what you were praying about. You may feel something break loose that had been fastened to you for years, without being able to point to what caused it. Not everything I do announces itself. Watch also for a turn in the road you had not planned for, a change in direction that arrives as a closed door and turns out to be a rescue. Some of what you called your future was beneath what I intend for you, and I am not going to let you settle there out of loyalty to an old plan. Expect relationships that restore rather than drain. You will recognize them by how you feel after the conversation ends. The right people will not require you to shrink, and they will not leave you exhausted from managing them. Expect matters to close that have dragged on for months. A situation you had accepted as permanent will resolve quietly in a shorter time than seems reasonable, and expect to be lifted in ways that do not add up when you explain them to others. That is often how I do it, so that no one, including you, can trace it back to anything but my hand. Do not rush toward any of it. What is coming is not on a schedule you have to catch. It is on mine, and mine has not failed you yet. I want to say something about the years behind you now in closing. You were not out of my sight in any of them. Not in the ones you would tell someone about, and not in the ones you would not. I stayed through the seasons when you stopped talking to me. I stayed when you went quiet out of anger, and when you went quiet out of exhaustion, which is a different thing entirely and which I understood. I did not stand back waiting for you to come to your senses. I stayed in the room. Some of the steadiness you have now was given to you in seasons you thought were wasted, and you will find it in your hands when you need it. So do not carry regret about those years into this new season. That is the one thing I will not let you bring with you. Leave it at the door. It has no place in the house I am building for you. There is something I want you to know about how I see you at this moment, because it is likely different from how you see yourself. You have measured yourself by what you have not accomplished, by the things that fell apart while you were doing your best to hold them. That is the ledger you keep, and you keep it faithfully. I keep a different one. Mine records the morning you got up when there was no reason to. The kindness you gave when you had nothing left. The prayer you said for someone else while your own situation was unresolved. The quiet refusal to become bitter when bitterness would have been understandable. That is what I have been writing down, and it is a longer list than you would guess. When I look at you, I do not see someone who fell behind. I see someone who kept faith in conditions that break most people. Now the life in front of you asks for a different posture than the life behind you. You will not be walking with your guard up all the time. That was necessary once. It is not necessary now. And if you keep it up, it will start to keep good things out along with the bad. Trust me to sort what comes to your door. You will not be explaining yourself constantly. That habit came from years of not being believed, but you have nothing left to prove, and the ones who matter will not require the proof. and you will not be waiting for the other shoe to fall. I know that watchfulness. It kept you braced through hard seasons, and it will tell you it is wisdom, but in this season it is only a way of refusing to enjoy what I am giving you. Receive it, my beloved. That is your assignment. Receive it fully and without apology, the way a child receives a meal without wondering whether it was deserved. Walk into your ordinary week and let the change show. Let people notice that something in you is settled. Let the atmosphere in your dwelling shift because you brought a different spirit through the door. Be generous with what I give you. What flows through open hands keeps flowing. What gets gripped tightly starts to stop. Be honest about what you have come through when someone needs to hear it. Your account of these years will be the bridge somebody else crosses. Not the polished version, the true one, including the part where you almost gave up and did not. And when difficulty comes again, because it will come, remember what you learned in this hour. It is not evidence that I have left. It is not a sign that the promise failed. It is simply the road, and I am on it with you exactly as I have been. You will not face the next hard thing the way you faced the last one. You will face it with something in you that has already been tested, and with a memory of this hour to steady you. So rise now. Rise with clarity. Rise with your heart guarded and your hands open. The season of barely holding on has closed behind you, and I am not sending you back into it. What is coming will be bright enough that the difficulty behind you will lose its power to define you. It will still be part of your story. It will no longer be the title of it. I have spoken this over your life. I do not speak in order to fill the silence. What I say, I do. You are held. You are seen. You are known completely, and you are loved without condition. And none of that depends on your performance tomorrow. Go and live it, my precious child. I am ahead of you, behind you, and beside you on the road. And now, before you go, let your amen be the seal on everything I have spoken today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, I am releasing provision into your life right now. Not tomorrow, not next week. Now, as my voice reaches you, I am opening doors that no hand can shut. Doors of provision, doors of opportunity, doors that have stood locked for years. I hold the key, and I am turning it in your life at this very hour. Can you sense it? Something is moving in the unseen realm, and it is moving for you. Resources are being loosed, paths are being cleared. The barriers that held back your increase are coming down while I speak. This is not a promise for some far-off season. This is happening as you listen. I have watched every effort you made to open these doors on your own. You knocked, you pushed, you tried every way a person can try. And I have come to tell you something that will set your shoulders free. You no longer need to force it. You no longer need to fight alone because I have taken this matter into my own hands. When I open a door, no power in heaven or on earth can close it. When I close a door, no scheme can pry it open. The door you pressed against 1,000 times, the one that never gave way, I am opening it for you myself. The opportunity that looked impossible, I am carrying it toward you. The resource you could not find, I have already set it aside with your name on it. It is moving. It is on its way. It is arriving even now. Listen closely because I want you to understand why you are hearing this today. You did not find these words by accident. I arranged this moment. I drew you here because your appointed time has come. and I refuse to let it pass you by unaware. There are seasons when heaven leans low over a single life, when I move with unusual power on behalf of one person, and this is such a season for you. You are not overhearing a message meant for someone else. I am speaking to you. I know how long you have waited. I know the prayers you spoke into the dark and the ones you were too tired to finish. I know the mornings you rose with a weight on your chest and carried it through the whole day without telling a soul. None of it escaped me. And I did not stay silent because I was absent. I stayed near, working in places you could not see, arranging what had to be arranged until the hour was right. The hour is right now. Understand what I am doing. I am not patching the old thing. I am not offering you a small relief so you can limp another mile. I am changing the ground beneath your feet. I am rewriting the terms of your provision. Where there was a trickle, I am opening a river. Where you rationed, you will pour. Where you shrank back, you will stand and give thanks. Think of my servant Elijah by the brook. When the brook dried up, it was not the end of him, because I had already commanded a widow in Zarephath to sustain him. Before he felt the lack, the answer was in place. That is how I work. The supply is prepared before the need arrives. Your answer is not being assembled in a hurry. It has been waiting for this appointed day. And think of the manna in the wilderness. My people woke each morning, and the provision was simply there, lying on the ground like frost. They did not plant it. They did not earn it. They gathered what I had already given. I am teaching you to live this way, with open hands instead of clenched fists, gathering what my faithfulness lays down for you day by day. I want you to notice something about the doors I open. They rarely look the way you imagined. You have pictured one particular door for so long that you may not recognize the one I am unlocking. So keep your heart soft and your eyes lifted. The connection that seems small may carry the whole answer. The ordinary day may hold the extraordinary turn. When Joseph woke in his prison cell on the last morning of his captivity, it looked like every other morning. By nightfall, he stood before Pharaoh. One day, one door, everything changed. Do not measure your future by your present circumstances. Your circumstances are the old chapter. I am the author, and I have already begun the new one. What you see around you is the scenery of a season that is ending, not a prophecy of the seasons to come. I do not consult your bank ledger before I decide what to do for you. I consult my own faithfulness, and my faithfulness has never once run dry. So here is what I ask of you in this opening hour. Stop bracing for disappointment. You have taught your heart to expect the worst, so that hope cannot wound you again. But that armor has grown heavy, and it keeps out more than pain. It keeps out expectation, and expectation is the open window through which my provision loves to enter. Take the armor off. Let yourself hope again. Hope in me is never wasted. Because I do not awaken hunger, I have no intention of feeding. I am not asking you to pretend the pressure is not real. The pressure is real, but my word outweighs it. When I speak over a life, my word becomes the heaviest thing in that life. Heavier than the debt, heavier than the fear, heavier than the years of struggle. And I am speaking over your life now. Receive this hour for what it is, a turning, a hinge on which your story swings. You walked in here carrying one kind of life, and I intend for you to walk out carrying another. Stay with me through every word I have for you today, because each one is a stone laid in the road I am building under your feet. If your heart is stirring even a little, answer me now. If you believe I am opening doors for you this hour, say, Amen, Lord, I receive it. Now let me speak about what I have seen, because you have carried much of this alone, and it is time you knew that none of it was hidden from me. I was in the room on the nights you could not sleep. I watched you stare at the ceiling, adding the same numbers again and again, hoping they would come out different. They never did, and the weight on your chest grew heavier with every counting. You turned over. You tried to pray. Sometimes the prayer came out whole, and sometimes it was only my name spoken once into the dark. Hear me now. The single word reached me as surely as the longest prayer. I saw you open your wallet and close it again quickly. I saw you leave the envelope unopened on the table for 3 days because you already knew what it said. I saw you do the quiet arithmetic at the market, setting one thing back on the shelf so the rest could stay. You thought no one noticed? I noticed. I saw the harder thing too, the thing you have never told anyone. The pretending. You stood among people who love you and answered that you were fine. You kept your voice steady while something inside you was buckling. You gave to others out of your little because shame would not let you say the little was almost gone. You were carrying 2 burdens at once, the lack itself and the loneliness of hiding it. I saw both, and neither one moved me to condemn you. They moved me to act. Understand this about my silence. It was never indifference. A farmer is not indifferent in winter. He is waiting for the ground to be ready. All through your hardest season, I was working where your eyes could not follow, aligning what had to be aligned, positioning people you have not yet met, holding back what would have crushed you and allowing only what you could bear. You survived things that should have broken you. That was not luck. That was my hand. And now, hear the word I have been waiting to speak over you. It is finished. The long season of lack in your life has reached its end, not because circumstances shifted on their own, but because I have decreed it. And when I decree a thing, nothing above the earth or beneath it can reverse my ruling. No shortage can argue with me. No history of struggle can file a protest. My word stands, and my word says the cycle is broken. The pattern you inherited, the one that followed your family like a shadow, loses its claim on you today. The old rhythm of almost enough, of 1 step forward and 2 steps back, of every gain swallowed by a sudden loss, I am shattering that rhythm now. It does not get to write your next chapter. I do. I know a part of you flinches at these words. Hope has cost you before. You believed once, and the breakthrough did not come when you thought it would, and something in you decided never to be that open again. I am not wounded by your caution, but I ask you to look at who is speaking. Men promised and failed you. Circumstances promised and mocked you. I am neither a man that I should lie nor a circumstance that I should change with the weather. When I say the season has turned, the season has turned. Consider the woman who came to my prophet Elisha with nothing left but a small jar of oil and creditors at her door. She saw an ending. I saw a beginning. The oil poured and kept pouring, filling vessel after vessel, and it stopped only when there were no more vessels to fill. The lack was never in my supply. Bring me your empty vessels, all of them. The dried-up dreams, the abandoned plans, the hopes you folded away. My oil has not run out. Consider my people at the sea, the water ahead, the army behind. No reasonable way forward. Reason was not consulted that day. I split the water and they walked through on dry ground. Your situation may look sealed on every side. Sealed is where I do my clearest work because when the way opens, you will know beyond argument that it was me. So let the anxiety begin to loosen its grip tonight. You have kept watch over your troubles like a guard who fears to sleep, as if your worrying were holding the walls up. It never was. I hold the walls. I ask you to trade the watchman's post for a child's rest, the one who keeps you neither slumbers nor sleeps, so you may. and let the shame go with it. Lack was a season you passed through, not a name you were given. You are not the balance of an account. You are not the sum of what went wrong. You are mine, and what is mine does not stay buried, because I am a God who brings things up and out of pits, out of prisons, out of long winters into sudden spring. From this day, watch for the small signs first. The unexpected kindness. The bill that resolves more easily than it should. The idea that arrives in the quiet and will not leave you alone. Breakthroughs seldom announce themselves with trumpets at the start. They begin like the first thin light before sunrise, easy to miss if you are not looking east. Look east. I have ended what needed ending. Now I begin what I have long prepared. The decree is spoken, the seal is set, and heaven itself has recorded this day as the day your account turned. Walk out of this hour lighter than you walked in. The weight was never yours to carry, and I am taking it back. If this word has found the sore place and touched it, do not stay silent. Speak it out with your own mouth. I believe the cycle is broken. Amen. Now I must correct something in the way you come to me, because it has shaped your receiving more than you know. You have been approaching me like a beggar at a stranger's gate, head down, voice small, asking for scraps and apologizing for asking, rehearsing your unworthiness before you dare to speak your need. My child, who taught you to stand at my door like that? It was not me. I never put that posture on you. Somewhere along the road, disappointment and shame dressed you in it, and you have worn it so long it feels like your own skin. Today I am asking you to take it off. You are not a stranger at my gate. You are a child in your father's house, and a child does not beg at the family table. A child sits down. Everything in the house is already arranged with that child in mind: the bread, the shelter, the protection, the name. When my son told the boy who came home from the far country, remember what the father did. The boy arrived rehearsing a servant's speech, planning to ask for a hired hand's place. The father never let him finish the speech. The robe was already out. The ring was already chosen. The feast was already ordered. That is the house you live in. That is the father you have. So lift your head when you speak to me. Come boldly, not because you have earned boldness, but because the door you walk through was open for you at the highest cost, and it insults no one when you use it. Ask largely, expect warmly. A small request does not honor me more. It only reveals how small you still believe my heart to be. And because you are an heir and not a beggar, I can now speak to you about giving, because only heirs can give freely. Beggars clutch, heirs release. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Let me tell you why release matters so much in my kingdom. It is not because I lack anything. The cattle on 1,000 hills are mine, and the gold in every hidden vein of the earth. I do not need what is in your hand. But I care greatly about what has hold of your heart, and the hand often confesses what the heart conceals. A closed fist tells me fear is still governing. An open hand tells me trust has taken the throne. When you release, you are not losing. You are voting. You are declaring which kingdom you believe in, the kingdom of scarcity that says there will never be enough, or my kingdom, where loaves multiply in the breaking and water turns to wine in the pouring. Remember the widow I watched at the treasury. Rich men gave heavy sums that cost them nothing. She gave 2 small coins, and I said her offering outweighed them all. I was not measuring the amount. I was measuring the trust. Her coin said, "Tomorrow belongs to God." That is the arithmetic of heaven, and it has never been revised. Now understand what your inheritance actually contains, because it is far more than provision. Wisdom is in it, wisdom for every decision that stands before you now. When Solomon asked for an understanding heart, I gave it gladly and added what he had not asked. I have not changed. Ask me for wisdom, and I will not scold you for asking. Direction is in it, the right step at the right hour. Connections are in it, people I have positioned along your path whom you have not yet met, who will open what you could not open alone. Peace is in it, the kind that stands guard over your mind when the news is bad and the answer is delayed. All of this is yours by birthright, not by bargaining. You do not flatter me into it. You do not fast yourself thin to deserve it. You receive it the way a child receives breakfast in the Father's house, with thanks, without groveling, as the natural provision of a house that has never known famine. Do not fear that the supply will thin as you draw from it. An earthly estate divides among the heirs, and each receives a smaller share. My house does not divide that way. Every child receives fully, and the storehouse stands as full as before. Your portion takes nothing from another, and no other hand can take your portion. It was measured for you, set aside for you, and it keeps your name. But an inheritance unclaimed feeds no one. A deed locked in a drawer builds no house. This is why I keep pressing you to receive, to speak, to act, because the transfer is complete on my side and waits only for your side. Faith is how an heir signs for what is already his. Stretch out your hand. Say of every promise I have made you today, "This is mine, because my Father said so." And when the provision begins to flow, remember the order of the house. You are blessed to be a river, not a reservoir. Rivers stay clean because they keep moving. What I send through your hands will feed more than your own table, and in the feeding of others your own supply will renew itself, the way a spring renews itself quietly, from a source deeper than any drought can reach. Walk out of this hour with a new posture, shoulders back, head lifted. Not in pride, for pride is just fear wearing perfume, but in sonship, in daughterhood, in the settled dignity of one who knows the house they belong to. The house is mine. The table is set, and your seat has carried your name upon it far longer than you would believe. Now I want to teach you about the power I placed in your mouth, because you have been holding a key and calling it a burden. When I made the world, I did not build it with hands. I spoke it. Let there be light, and light obeyed. That is the pattern of my kingdom, and when I formed you in my image, I set a measure of that same pattern inside you. Your words are not noise that fades in the air. They are seeds. They fall somewhere. They grow into something. Every day of your life you have been sowing with your mouth, and much of what surrounds you now sprouted from words planted long ago, some of them yours, some spoken over you by others. This is why I ask you to declare what I am doing, not merely to think it. Silent agreement is a beginning, but faith finds its full strength when it crosses the lips. With the heart a person believes, and with the mouth confession is made. There is a bridge between the unseen realm where I have already answered and the visible realm where you are waiting, and your spoken word is a plank in that bridge. When you say what I have said, heaven and earth begin to agree, and what was prepared above starts arriving below. Consider Jericho. The walls did not fall to swords or ladders. My people marched in silence for 6 days, carrying the word I had given them, and on the 7th day they opened their mouths and shouted, and the walls came down. The shout did not create the victory. I had already given the city. The shout received it. Your declaration works the same way. It does not talk me into blessing you. It reaches out and takes hold of the blessing I have already released. Consider the blind man on the Jericho road. The crowd told him to be quiet. His need told him to be quiet. Everything in his circumstances voted for silence. But he cried out all the louder, "Son of David, have mercy on me." And his crying out stopped me in the road. The ones who hushed him received nothing that day. The one who spoke went home seeing. Do not let any voice inside you or around you talk you back into silence. Speak your faith even if your voice shakes. A trembling declaration still moves my hand. So from this day, watch the words you release over your own life. Stop prophesying your own defeat. Stop saying nothing ever works out for me, it will always be this way, I will never get ahead. You are not describing your life when you say those things. You are shaping it. Say instead what I say. My God supplies all my need. Goodness and mercy are following me. The one who began a good work in me will finish it. Let your mouth come into agreement with your Father, and watch how the atmosphere around you begins to change. Now there is something more, and I ask you to receive it with a soft heart, because this word was never meant to end with you. I see the people around you, the ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer. And I tell you plainly, there is someone near you walking through the very valley you have been walking. Someone who lies awake doing the same arithmetic you did. Someone whose smile is holding back a flood. Someone who has begun to wonder quietly whether I have forgotten them. You know this pain from the inside. That is precisely why you can recognize it in another when others walk past it. Even now, as my voice reaches you, a face is rising in your heart, a name. Do not brush it aside. That remembrance is not a stray thought. It is my finger pointing. I am showing you who needs this hope, because I did not hand you this word only to feed you. I handed it to you the way I handed bread to my disciples on the hillside, to be passed along. And you remember what happened to that bread. It multiplied in the passing. 5 loaves fed thousands, and the fragments that remained filled 12 baskets. The bread that is shared is the bread that multiplies. It has always been so in my kingdom. So carry this hope to them. Speak a word of life to that person. Tell them the season of lack can end, that I see them, that I have not lost their address. You do not need eloquence. You need willingness. When you open your mouth for the weary, I will fill it. And understand what happens in the unseen when you do this. You become part of my answer to a prayer you never heard, prayed on a night you never knew about. Few honors in this life are higher than that one. And hear this promise, spoken over every generous act. The one who waters others will himself be watered. The one who carries relief will walk in relief. I keep careful books, my child, though not the kind men keep. Whatever mercy leaves your hand returns to your door, pressed down, shaken together, running over. You cannot outgive me. No one ever has. Many have tried, and they are the most contented people in my whole household. Do not wait until your own breakthrough is complete before you strengthen someone else. That is the world's order. Secure yourself first, then help if anything is left. My order is different. Give out of your not yet. Encourage out of your own waiting. There is a special strength that flows to the one who comforts others, while still standing in the fire themselves. The 3 men in Babylon's furnace were not alone in the flames, and neither are you, and neither is the one you will strengthen. Speak life today, over yourself first, until your own heart believes it, then over that one whose face I have set before you. 2 declarations, 1 mouth, and my power moving through both. Now let me tell you something about yourself that you have half known all your life and never had the words for. You have always felt different. You notice what others walk past. You sense the mood of a room before anyone speaks. You feel things more deeply than the people around you seem to. And there were years when you counted that a flaw, a weakness to be managed, a strangeness to be hidden. Hear your Father clearly. It was never a flaw. I made you sensitive on purpose, the way a craftsman makes an instrument fine on purpose. A coarse string cannot carry a delicate note. I needed someone who could hear quiet things, and so I tuned you quietly. That sensitivity is one of the ways I speak to you. When something within you leans toward a choice before your reasons catch up, pay attention. When a caution rises in you about a path, a person, an offer, and you cannot explain it, do not be quick to argue yourself out of it. I often guide my children from within, by a still small voice, not by thunder. Elijah learned this on the mountain. The wind tore the rocks, and I was not in the wind. The earth shook, and I was not in the quaking. The fire roared, and I was not in the fire. Then came a sound like thin silence, and there I was. I have not changed my address. I still live in the quiet. This is why I am calling you into stillness in this season. Not idleness. Stillness. There is a difference. Idleness is an empty room. Stillness is a listening room. Your days have been loud, crowded with voices, demands, opinions, and worries all talking at once, and my voice does not shout over crowds. Be still and know that I am God. Set apart a portion of your day, even a small one, where the noise is put outside the door and you simply sit with me. You will be surprised what becomes clear in that room. Answers you chased for months will walk in softly and sit down beside you. And understand this. You have been positioned, not just blessed. There is a difference there too. A blessing is something placed in your hands. A position is somewhere I have placed you. Where you live, the people you know, the trials you have passed through, the peculiar mix of what you have suffered and what you have learned, none of it is scattered chance. It is placement. Esther did not arrive at the palace by luck, and Mordecai's word to her is my word to you. Who knows whether you have come into your place for such a time as this? You keep asking me what your purpose is, and all the while you are standing inside it. The purpose is not far off in some other city, some other decade, some other version of your life. It begins exactly where your feet are planted this hour. So stay awake, my child, not anxious. Awake. There is a kind of watchfulness that has nothing to do with fear. The watchfulness of a servant who knows the master is near, of a farmer who knows the rain is coming. Live your ordinary days with your lamp trimmed. The turning points of a life rarely send word ahead. Joseph did not know. David carrying bread to his brothers did not know. The fisherman mending nets by the lake did not know that before the sun went down, everything would be different. Keep your heart in a state of holy readiness, because I love to move suddenly among those who expect me. While you watch, remember what surrounds you. You are more protected than you have ever perceived. My servant Elisha's young helper rose one morning to find an army circling the city, and his heart failed him, until his eyes were opened and he saw the mountains full of horses and chariots of fire. The protection was there before he saw it. It did not arrive with his seeing. So it is with you. You have been kept, my child, kept in dangers you knew about, and in far more that you never knew existed. Roads you did not take. Delays that frustrated you and saved you. Doors that closed in your face and in closing shielded you. One day I will let you see how often my hand was on the latch. Because you are kept, you can be brave. Fear has been a tenant in your house too long, paying no rent, rearranging your furniture, deciding which rooms you were allowed to enter. Serve it notice. I have not given you a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. Courage in my kingdom is not the absence of trembling. It is trembling and stepping forward anyway, because you trust the one who called you out of the boat. Peter walked on water exactly as long as he watched me, and even when he sank, note this well, he did not drown. My hand was faster than the sea. It is still faster than the sea. There is one more thing about this hour that I want you to hold. Some of what I am doing in you now is meant to be guarded a while, not broadcast. Mary heard astonishing things from heaven and told no one at first. She kept all these things and pondered them in her heart. There is wisdom in that keeping. New work is like new planting. It roots best undisturbed. Let what I am saying to you settle deep before you spread it wide, and share it, when the time ripens, with those who can honor it. You are seen, you are placed, you are guarded, you are being made ready. Let those 4 truths be the 4 walls of the room you live in from now on. If you know this word was appointed for you, seal it now with your voice. Amen. I am chosen and kept. Something is changing inside you, and I want you to understand it while it happens, so you cooperate with it instead of fearing it. You may have noticed already. Certain conversations that once held you now feel thin. Certain places drain you that never used to. Some pursuits you chased for years have gone quiet in your heart, and you cannot fully explain why. Do not be alarmed. You are not becoming cold. You are becoming clear. I am adjusting your appetite to match your assignment. When I prepare a person for more, I first loosen their grip on less. And much of what is falling away from you now is simply less, making room. Letting go will be part of this season, and I will not pretend it costs nothing. Old habits fit like old shoes, comfortable even after they have worn through. Old grievances feel like possessions, and the heart is reluctant to be robbed of them, even though they rob the heart daily. But you cannot row forward while your anchor is still down. Forgive who needs forgiving, not because the wrong was small, but because the load is too heavy for the journey ahead. Release the old picture of how your life was supposed to look by now. I am not restoring you to an old plan. I am unfolding a better one, and both hands must be empty to receive it. As the clutter clears, your discernment will sharpen. You will begin to read situations more truly, to sense what is genuine and what merely glitters. You will hear the difference between a voice that feeds you and a voice that flatters you. This is not suspicion. Suspicion is fear in disguise, and I am not giving you fear. This is discernment, wisdom's quiet daughter, and she will save you from tables you were never meant to sit at, and detours dressed up as destinies. When she whispers, honor her. She speaks with my accent. Guard your peace the way a watchman guards a city, because in this next season your peace is not a luxury. It is equipment. Out of the heart flow the issues of life, so keep your heart with all diligence. Not everything deserves entry. Not every argument deserves your presence. Not every offense deserves a reply. You are learning, slowly, the strength of a closed door and the eloquence of silence. My son stood before Pilate and did not defend himself, and heaven did not think less of him for the quiet. Some battles are won by refusing to enroll in them. Patience is growing in you too, though patience never feels like growth while it grows. You have begged me to hurry, and I have heard every asking, but hear my reasoning. I am not only preparing a blessing for you, I am preparing you for a blessing, and of the two, the second work is greater. Provision given before character is ready becomes a burden with a bow on it. Many have been flattened by answers that arrived ahead of their foundations. I love you too much to decorate an unfinished house. So when my timing feels slow, remind yourself that the farmer does not accuse the field in April. The seed is not late. It is underground, doing exactly what seeds do in the dark. And gratitude, let it become your daily bread. Not the thin gratitude that thanks me only when the answer lands, but the deep kind that finds my fingerprints on ordinary days. Thank me for the meal, the breath, the roof, the one who asked how you were and meant it. Gratitude does something in the unseen that few of my children grasp. It multiplies what it touches. 10 lepers were cleansed on the road, and one returned to give thanks, and that one went away with more than clean skin. He went away whole. Thanksgiving is the difference between the two, and it is available to you every waking hour at no cost but attention. You will also find, as this work deepens, that you need the approval of others less than you once did. That hunger drove you longer and harder than you knew, the performing, the explaining, the quiet auditioning for people who were barely watching. It is losing its grip now, because a heart that knows it is already loved stops begging at other tables. Let my opinion of you become the loudest one in the room. I formed you. I chose you. I have never once looked at you with regret. When that truth settles all the way down, you will walk into rooms differently, not needing them to clap, free to simply serve. And do not despise the day of small beginnings. When my people rebuilt the temple, the elders wept aloud, because the new foundation looked so modest beside the memory of the former house. But I asked them then what I ask you now. Who dares despise the day of small things? The plumb line was in the builder's hand, and that was enough for me. What you hold today may look humble beside what you once dreamed. Build anyway. I measure a work by its faithfulness, not by its first dimensions. A single cloud the size of a man's hand was all that Elijah's servant could see from the mountain. Yet within the hour the whole sky was black with rain. Beginnings in my kingdom are often small on purpose, so that the ending will carry my signature and not yours. Tend what is in your hand and bring me something to multiply. Do not misread the quiet stretches of this transformation. There will be days when nothing seems to move, when the old pull returns, when you wonder whether anything I said this hour was real. Growth keeps no visible calendar. The bamboo farmer waters ground that shows him nothing for a long time, and then, in a single season, the shoot outruns every tree around it. The showing is sudden. The growing never was, so judge nothing by the bare ground. Judge by my word, which does not return to me empty. And through all of it, stay tender. This is important, my child. The world will offer you a harder heart as the price of safety, and many pay it and shrink inside their own armor. Refuse the trade. It is possible to be wise without being cold, guarded without being walled, strong without being sharp. The reed bruised by the road, I do not break. The candle burning low, I do not snuff out. Carry that same gentleness toward the people I place in your path, and toward yourself, for you have spoken to yourself in tones you would never use on anyone you love. Speak to yourself from now on, as one speaks to a beloved child. That is, after all, exactly what you are. This is the shaping. This is the deep work under the visible work. Provision is the smaller gift I am giving you this year. The greater gift is the person you are becoming while you wait for it. Clearer, steadier, kinder, harder to deceive and easier to bless. When both gifts meet, the provision and the prepared heart, you will understand why the road ran the way it ran, and you will not wish a mile of it away. Now come close, my child, because this final word is the one I most want you to carry out of this hour. Everything I have spoken today gathers into a single charge. Walk forward, not when the fear is gone, not when the account is full, not when every question has an answer. Now, with the fear still muttering, with the questions still open, walk forward, because the promise does not wait at the end of your certainty. It waits along the road of your obedience. Abraham left with no map, only a voice, and the voice proved better than any map. You have the same voice. You have heard it all through this hour. Let it be enough and take the step. Take the practical step, the one you already know. There is a task you have been circling, a conversation you have postponed, a beginning you keep moving to next week. My provision loves to travel along the road of small obediences. The widow gathered sticks before the flour multiplied. The servants filled the jars with plain water before it blushed into wine. The lepers were healed as they went, not before they went. Do the small thing in front of you and watch how heaven meets you in motion. I rarely steer a ship that will not leave the harbor. And when you step out, expect opposition, and do not be shaken by it. New seasons draw challenge the way light draws moths. Discouragement may speak louder for a while. Old doubts may return in new clothing. People who knew the old you may resist the new. None of this means you have missed my way. Often it means you have found it, for no one wastes arrows on an empty field. Stand firm. The shield of faith is not decoration. Lift it, and the fiery darts fall harmless. I did not bring you through everything you have survived to lose you at the border of your inheritance. Remember also to rest. This command is as holy as any I have given you today. You were not built for endless strain, and provision that arrives to find you broken is a poor exchange. I built rest into the rhythm of creation itself, and I stopped, not from weariness, but to teach you the pattern. Sleep without guilt, Sabbath without apology. The world will not unravel while you rest, because you were never the one holding it together. I was, and I do not grow tired. Hold this hour in your memory. Days will come when the sky grays over and the old voices try to reclaim their seats. And on those days you will need an altar to look back on. Let this be that altar. When Israel crossed the Jordan, I had them pull 12 stones from the riverbed and stack them on the bank, so that in years to come they could point and say, "Here is where the water parted." These words are your stones. Return to them. Say to your own soul on the gray days, "I know what was spoken over me, and I know who spoke it, and his word has never yet fallen to the ground." Let me say plainly what I have shown you piece by piece today. The long squeeze of lack is ending, because I decreed its end. Doors are opening that no hand can shut, because I hold the key. You come to my table as an heir, not a beggar, so lift your head. Your mouth is an instrument of agreement with heaven, so use it. You are placed where you are on purpose, watched over by more than you can see, so be brave. And you are being formed from the inside out, so be patient with the forming. Every one of those words is settled. Not one of them depends on your mood tomorrow morning. They depend on my faithfulness, and my faithfulness has outlasted every empire that ever doubted it. I know there were moments in this hour when hope and fear argued inside you. That argument does not offend me. Bring it to me daily. Come as you are in work clothes or weariness, with strong faith or with the mustard seed kind, and we will talk, you and I, as friends talk. My door has no hours posted on it. My ear does not tire of your voice. Of all the wonders I have made, and I have made seas and stars and mountains beyond your counting, it is still the trusting heart of my child that delights me most. So go now into your ordinary evening, and know that nothing about it is ordinary anymore. The same rooms will hold a different person. The same troubles will meet a different heart. Watch for my hand in the small hours and the small mercies. Speak life over what I have promised. Strengthen the one whose face I set before you. Keep your inner room quiet enough to hear me, for I will have more to say to you in the days ahead. And I want you close enough to hear it. The peace I leave with you now is not the world's peace, which rises and falls with the news. It is my peace, the kind that stood in the stern of a storm-rocked boat and slept, the kind that can sit at a table in the presence of enemies and eat with a steady hand. Let it settle over you as these words end. Let it stay when the silence returns. You are not the same as when this hour began. Something was decreed, something was broken, something was opened, and something in you said yes. I am with you always. Not with you when the answer comes, but with you now, tonight, in the waiting and the working and the walking forward. Before you were aware of me, I was keeping you. Long after this hour fades from your memory, I will be keeping you still. Nothing that comes against you this week is stronger than the one who goes ahead of you. Nothing in your past is louder than what I have declared over your future. And nothing, not height nor depth nor any other created thing, will ever separate you from my love. Go in that love. Stand in that decree. Live in that peace. And now, before you rise, let your last word to me be the first word of your new season. So answer with your whole heart. Amen, Father. Let it be so in my life.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.